A very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on what is a special edition of Political Spectrum. We're coming to you live on Spectrum Television. I am Raymond Ita. Well, the countdown is finally over, and time check, it's a few minutes gone past the hour of 10. It's Inauguration Day, where President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu is due to be sworn in as the 16th President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in a ceremony already gathering momentum at the famous Eagle Square in the nation's capital, Abuja, with a creme de la creme in the country's political elites and invited guests from across the world, including world leaders of notable repute, all converging in the Federal Capital Territory to witness a civilian transition of power from President Muhammadu Buhari to President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu in company of Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima, all of which would form the basis of our deliberations in this special broadcast today. I'm Raymond Ita, glad to have you join us, and it's a delight to also welcome my co-host on today's edition of the show, Oyai, and he can join me as well. A very good morning to you, Oyai.
Very good morning to you, Raymond. Good to be here this morning, and we are excited as Nigerians. We believe that to a very large extent over the inauguration, as we get the 16th president on board to start. Like he said, he wants to hit the ground running. So once we are done from this inauguration in a few hours' time, we begin to see conversations coming out from the presidency as led by current president-elect Bola Asiwaju Tinubu as of this time.
Interesting. Well, in the course of today's broadcast, we'll be talking to a lot of guests in the next few minutes or thereabout. We'll be linking up with Sam Amadi to put us through the expectations of the post-Buhari administration, what to expect from the President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. We'll also, of course, review several other issues as it concerns the incoming administration, especially around what many expect to be a likely policy shift. And these are the key things we'll mirror through in the course of today's broadcast. We'll also have one eye on what happens here in the state capital, Uyo, where Governor Demi Manuel is also expected to hand over power to the governor-elect, Pastor Umar Basi Eno. A ceremony taking place at the Gosul Akpabio International Stadium, also known as the Nest of Champions, and from reports should be well and on the way as we speak. So we'll be bringing you live feeds from the nation's capital and, of course, from the Nest of Champions on these two major events. But let's take a trip down memory lane and bring you up to speed with the inauguration ceremony of years past, just so we have a feel of what to expect in today's ceremony. Stay with us. This is Political Spectrum, and it's live on Spectrum Television. We'll be right back after this timeout.
The inauguration of the President of Nigeria is a ceremony to mark the commencement of a new four-year term of the President of the country. During the ceremony, some 90 to 95 days after the presidential election, the President takes the presidential oath of office. The inauguration takes place for each new presidential term, even if the President is continuing in office for a second term. The first inauguration of Shehu Shagari took place on 1st October 1979, Nigeria's Independence Day. Since the beginning of the Fourth Republic in 1999, all inaugurations have been held on 29 May. The most recent presidential inauguration was held on 29 May 2019, when Muhammadu Buhari resumed a second term in office. Recitation of the presidential oath of office is the only component in this ceremony mandated by the Nigerian Constitution. The Chief Justice typically administers the presidential oath of office. Since 1999, the oath has been administered at 6 scheduled public inaugurations by 5 Chief Justices. The ceremony has been held at the Eagle Square, Abuja, the main square of the capital city since the beginning of the Fourth Republic. The Constitution of Nigeria specifies an oath of office for the President of the Federation. The oath is administered by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria or the person for the time being appointed to exercise the functions of that office. Here are the past inaugurations the country has witnessed in her years of self-rule and governance. 1st October 1979, first inauguration of Shehu Shagari at Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, oath administered by Justice Atanda Fatai Williams.
I, Sheikh Usman Aliyu Shagari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will discharge my duties to the best of my ability, faithfully, and in accordance with the Constitution.
1st October 1983, second inauguration of Shehu Shagari at Tafawa Balewa Square, also administered by Justice Atanda Fatai Williams. 29 May 1999, first inauguration of Olusegun Obasanjo at the Eagle Square, Abuja, oath administered by Justice Muhammad Lawal Uwais.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo,
Olusegun Obasanjo,
do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
29th May 2003, second inauguration of Olusegun Obasanjo at the Eagle Square by Justice Muhammad Lawal Uwais. 29th May 2007, inauguration of late Umar Musa Yar'Adua at the Eagle Square by Justice Idris Legbo Kutigi. 6th May 2010, first inauguration of Goodluck Jonathan, known as the Extraordinary Inauguration, held at Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja by Justice Aloysius Kasina Alu. 29 May 2011, second inauguration of Goodluck Jonathan at Eagle Square by Justice Aloysius Kasina Alu.
I will be faithful and I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
29 May 2015, first inauguration of Muhammadu Buhari at the Eagle Square, Abuja by Justice Mahmood Muhammad. 29 May 2019, second inauguration of President Muhammadu Buhari at Eagle Square, Abuja.
I, Muhammad Buhari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Come May 29, 2023, barring all unforeseen circumstances and in fulfillment of constitutional requirements and provisions, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is due for inauguration as the 16th President of Nigeria.
Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Thank you.
Surely, the labor of years past hasn't been in vain. God bless Nigeria.
Welcome back. Of course, this is the history of how our democracy has traveled, and we're about to install the 16th president. Of course, in 1979, now we had the first inauguration of Shehu Shagari as, the first democratically elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And history serves us right, and we continue to elaborately look into the detail of how this event has been carried out in the years past. It looks like there has been, some overture done with regard to the event. There's been some addition, there's been some deduction, especially when we are talking about like the grand, what we call it now, the name just, skips my brain.
I think in terms of changes we've seen with the inauguration over the years.
There's been, some applications and some reductions over the years, because this, especially the one we are about to experience today, there's a lot of different angles that we are coming in. Let's not forget there's a lot of conversation about the security, expected guests at the event today, things done differently for the first time, of course, better arrangement. We also saw the fact that the President of the Federal Republic, President Muhammadu Buhari, had, done some changes to the colors that usually, painted the inauguration. But this is what we have at this time.
Yes, and interestingly, it's also good to factor in the fact that President Buhari gave a farewell speech yesterday, which has more or less been the subject of discussion, especially in social media space throughout yesterday and this morning. I wonder what you deduced from what he said yesterday, but it seems to me like Mr. President is the outgoing president, that is, because as of today, I think we have two presidents waiting in the wings. President Buhari seems to be of the opinion that he has actually done creditably well in the 8 years that he has been in charge as president. Of course, opinion is largely divided on whether he has kept to most of the campaign promises that he made. But I think one key thing we can take from Mr. President's body language is that he's very keen to ensure that transition of power from one civilian administration to the other. And this comes against the backdrop of comments we had before he was sworn in, when a lot of persons said, he's a former military head of state, he's not democratic, we're going to have issues with respecting people's fundamental rights in the course of his administration. We can rightly say we really did not see much of this negative rhetoric being pushed around during his time as president. But whether or not he did creditably well is a matter for the jury to decide. But going forward, I think it's a great day for Nigerians to witness yet another transition of power. Since 1999, they've kept the tradition, and it's the hope that it would continue going forward.
It's the hope that it will continue, and then still piggyback on the speech by the president, the farewell speech. One of the reactions that we see very much is that Nigerians began to compare and contrast the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan administration and that of President Muhammadu Buhari. How well did he do? What are the differences in the numbers, GDP, economic stance, infrastructural development? A lot of people just try to weigh these two administrations in the balance. But one of the conversations that we've also had buffer at this time is that, Goodluck Jonathan's tenure did not experience a global pandemic, and also we did not see global recession, as it were. So some people are like, make excuses for President Muhammadu Buhari. There are things he did within the ambience of, power and resources that he had as against, the GJ administration. But these are things that will continue to be conversations, even as we raise expectations for the incoming administration. But at this time, this is 16 minutes after 10 o'clock. There is a beehive of activity at the Eagle Square in Abuja, and we are going to be linking up with Abuja right now to bring you feeds of the activities happening there.
Mesdames et messieurs, maintenant c'est à moi l'honneur d'inviter respectueusement l'imam de la mosquée nationale d'Abuja, le professeur Shehu Galadosh et le président de l'association des chrétiens du Nigeria, l'archevêque Daniel Oko, pour la prière d'ouverture. Je vous remercie.
Well, outgoing president there, exchanging pleasantries and greeting his guests who have come in here. This is one performance that he'll be doing for the last time. In just a few minutes from now, Muhammadu Buhari will also join the League of Former Presidents. Delhi.
The moment he joins that, Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu would be the Nigerian leader, and the vice president will have equally taken his oath of office. The president is exchanging pleasantries with the
name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Creator and Sustainer of the world. O الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Next is the Christian prayer to be done by Bishop Stephen Adekpite.
Let us all pray. Our God and our Father, to you all hearts are open, all desires known. From you no secret are hidden. We ask that you cleanse the hearts of our hearts, that we may perfectly love you and worthily magnify your holy name, through Christ our Lord. Our God and our Father, we thank you for today. We bless you because you have never failed and you will never fail. We thank you for the life of our president that is outgoing, Muhammadu Buhari. We thank you for all he's been able to do, and we thank you for his family. Lord, we ask that you continue to take care of him. Be with him as he leaves office today. We pray, oh Lord, for the new president, your son, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, His Excellency. Father, we ask for your blessings upon him. We ask, oh Lord, that he's looking up unto you today, and he's saying, where will my help come from? His help will come from you, because you are the maker of heaven and earth. You will not allow him to stumble. You are the one that is keeping watch over him. He will never stumble, nor the sun will strike him in the day, nor the moon in the night. You will protect his going out and coming in from this time forward. We cover the entire nation with the blood of Jesus Christ. No weapon formed against our nation will ever prosper. Any tongue that rises against Nigeria, Lord, you will condemn in judgment. Father, assure you, be peaceful, will be refreshing, and he will not die in office. It shall be well with him. It shall be well with the first lady. It shall be well with the children. It shall be well with everyone that belongs to us in Nigeria. And Lord, Nigeria will go to the next level. It is a new dawn, oh Lord. Father, take control. Son, take control. Holy Spirit, take control. Let your name be glorified. Today is a new beginning. It shall be well with our nation. It shall be well with all of us. It shall be well with people that are rejoicing with us. And after all said and done, if every other thing given to us is taken away, your Holy Spirit will never depart from our life. Give us a place in your eternal bliss. Thank you, Holy Spirit. We know you will do far more exceedingly, even than our own expectation, because you are our maker. In Jesus' most wonderful name, we are praying.
Amen.
And the people of the Lord will say,
Amen.
People of God will say,
Amen.
People of the Most High God are saying,
Amen.
Come on, do something for the Lord Jesus.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening prayers done by Imam Dr. Mohammed Kabir and Bishop Stephen Adekpite. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests.
Okay, we're just having live feeds from the Eagle Square in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where the formal inauguration of the 16th President of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is currently taking place. We've just had the traditional opening prayers delivered, first off by a notable imam, and then, of course, a cleric representing the two major religions in the country. A short while ago, just before that prayer commenced, President Buhari walked into the Eagle Square and took accolades from watching supporters and the creme de la creme who have been invited to this event, including Vice President Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila, Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola is also there, and then the men who are expected, of course, to take over in a matter of hours. There is President-elect Bola Tinubu, Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima. Need I mention, First Lady Aisha Buhari is also there as well, and Oluremi Tinubu, wife of the incoming president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and several other dignitaries whom we'll put you through as we progress. The feelers from the Eagle Square is absolutely ceremonial, to say the least. You can see everyone is quite excited about today's ceremony and the possibilities of what to expect from the Tinubu administration.
Of course, possibilities of what to expect. It's good to see that arrivals have been done and dusted, and most of the most important guests would have been seated before President Muhammadu Buhari walked in. And the event is way on into, getting started as of now. Once we have had, the prayers being carried out, there's more activities, as we can see now. And we need to just get back to the audio so that we see what's happening. But it's good to see an array of our elder statesmen as of now. We've seen the president, like you had rightly stated, the wife of the president, and of course the incoming, flanked by their spouses. We also saw the vice presidential elect right there with his spouse. Of course, this is a very great day. We have looked forward to it, especially, we can safely say, especially of the APC. I mean, Major General, retired General Muhammadu Buhari, now he's handing over, to his party member, as it were. So it's a continuum for the APC house, and you can imagine how much joy is available for them this morning.
Yes, indeed. Just going through the obtained program order of events for this ceremony, by the way. We've had invited dignitaries, of course, already seated, as we said earlier on, including the arrival of the president-elect and the vice president-elect at these events. Outgoing President Buhari, outgoing Vice President Yemi Osinbajo also arriving. The outgoing VP taking his salute, Mr. President also taking his salute as well. And we also have outgoing ADCs handing over old military colors to the outgoing president. Iwola is taking the stage where he will deliver the first major important item on today's occasion, and that is swearing in the vice president-elect. You can see the VP-elect, Kashim Shettima, taking the stage in company of his very beautiful wife, we have to say. Looking at the man, Kashim Shettima Uyai, it comes across to different people as different things. He's been a two-term governor of Borno State, is also been a senator. As a matter of fact, there's been a lot of issues around his nomination, which the Supreme Court delivered verdict on. We'll come back to this, but let's take a listen to Chief Justice Olukayode Ariwoola administering the oath of office, the VP-elect Kashim Shettima.
Kashim Shettima, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law, that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the 5th schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official, protect and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a still event unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the presidential inauguration and swearing-in ceremony between the outgoing president and the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We witnessed a while ago the vice president-elect taking his oath of office.
This is also right. I want to share if it is growing. This one will not go in. Put it back.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Grand Commander of the other new Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to take his seat at the VIP stand. The Commander, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'était la prestation des serments au nouveau vice-président du Nigeria, Son Excellence Kashim Shettima, qui est accompagné.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests,
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen.
Of course, the Vice President has been sworn in, and Nigeria has a new Vice President in the person of Senator Kashim Shettima. Would that be, I don't think it would still be right to refer to him as Senator. That's Vice President Kashim Shettima now of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Of course, we saw the CJ Lukada Ruwala take him through the oath of office, administered it, and then he followed through accordingly. And that's been done.
That's right. Following the program of events for this inauguration, we're expecting President-elect Bola Tinubu to follow suit in a matter of moments. Yeah. So let's do well to head out to talk to our very first guest of the day. We'll be linking through with Sam Amadi, who joins us from the nation's capital to talk us through the pictures of the feats that we've seen from the Eagle Square. Most importantly, the expectations from Nigerians now that the change of baton is in effect. Let's cross over now to the nation's capital, Abuja, Lagos rather, begging your pardon, where Sam Amadi joins us live here on Political Spectrum. A very good morning to you, and many thanks indeed for joining us.
Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much as well for joining us. You've just had first-hand feelers of what's happening at the nation's capital, Abuja, the Eagle Square precisely, where the Vice President-elect, Kashim Shettima, has just been sworn into office as the new Vice President of the country. We're expecting that of the President-elect to follow suit in a matter of moments. But first off, I'd like to ask you, what's your general feeling about the ceremony taking place at the Eagle Square?
Well, typical of inauguration ceremonies, well scripted, fast-paced, and with little or no gaps and failings. And so it's moving as scripted. Abuja today is a little bit wet, early morning drizzle, but generally okay. Militarization, police everywhere, military blocking roads. But again, expected. But one of the good things in the ceremony, the fact that Abuja largely did not vote for this president. I mean, nobody scored 25% apart from Mr. P2B. Means that most of the residents here are not too keen. I mean, so we've seen imports from Lagos and elsewhere across the country coming to Abuja, but most Abuja indigents are not really tuned to this process. They're at home enjoying deserved rest and hoping to pick up from tomorrow with a new president, a new vice president, and see how it goes. But primarily, not too much like other inaugurations, especially in 2015. Everybody took off from Jonathan, or in 2011, quite low key in terms of general perception.
Discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law. That I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th schedule, my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, help me God.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as he takes his oath of office and sign the dotted lines confirming him as the new President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Par son Excellence, le Président de la Nigeria, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, qui maintenant prête le serment. Maintenant, c'est la signature.
Heartily welcome the 16th First Lady Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, Senator Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, wife of the 16th President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and educationist, administrator, and philanthropist Oluremi Tinubu, as First Lady of Lagos State, established the New Era Foundation, dedicated to establishing centers for all-round development.
Okay, a new era, of course, becomes as the president-elect, normal president-elect, as of this moment, he stands the 16th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, former senator and two-term governor of Lagos State, the Asiwaju himself, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has just been administered an oath of office by the Chief Justice of the country and is, of course, signing the inauguration register, which formally recognizes him as the president of the country. And yeah, you can see from the cheers around the stadium, everyone had been waiting for this moment. It's finally upon us, and it's a great feeling, of course, to experience the Christmas. It's really been a colorful ceremony so far.
Yes, like our guest Sam Amadi had said, it's a well-scripted event that does not allow time for gaps and all of that. And we've just seen the fact that a new administration has been sworn in. Nigeria has a new president in the person of Bola Siwaju, Tinubu at this time, and also a vice president. All of that first line of, event has been done. Now let's just get back to Sam Amadi, who is still on standby, and let's dig into this conversation now. Nigeria has a new president and a new vice president. Literally, the question will be, what does this mean for Nigerians? Especially because let's not forget the fact that, like you hinted earlier, Nigerians are more like on the back burner. There seems not to be a lot of excitement, on the streets of the nation this morning as to the fact that a new president has just been sworn into office.
First is that the legal importance of this event is more than even the political importance. So people are not really feeling the vibe, but legally something has happened. We have we have fully transited from one era, 8 years of Muhammadu Buhari, president now ex-president, to fraudulently constituting him that title. But again, it all now falls on his shoulder to step up and provide reason for those who are still holding out, saying, look, this is not my president. In Twitter, there's so many, not my president, not my president. But look, legally, that's the president. So the actions he takes from this evening, where he's going to have a banquet, who he gets invited to the banquet, the speech he made or he's going to make now after this swearing in, show the country, maybe he borrows from Yaradua, who acknowledged that his election was not very good and said, I was going to fix it. And maybe a few days after now, the persons he appoints to high office, chief of staff, secretary to government, aides, and then, of course, ministers, when the National Assembly, new National Assembly comes to being in 11th of November. All these actions will now pave way for him to be the president of most Nigerians. If you look at the election, many more Nigerians rejected him than those who voted for him. If you combine the no votes, Tiko Abubakar, Mr. P2B, and Kwakwanso, and a few other fringe candidates, many more Nigerians didn't vote for him. And so for a referendum, it means that many Nigerians rejected him. It's now his responsibility to acknowledge that, especially young people, because universities where there is polling unit, he didn't win. He didn't win military installation. So it tells a story around a limited mandate, and therefore should foster you greater statesmanship, not triumphalism. So we're going to watch carefully the speech. We're going to watch what it does in the days to come. And he has opportunity to bring more people to the table and to expand his political mandate beyond the legal mandate. He is today a president of the country, even though he's still being challenged in tribunal. The outcome is in the air. Is for the Supreme Court ultimately to say. But as of today, until hopefully around October, November, when we expect a Supreme Court final decision, he will exercise executive power under Section 5. And therefore, he has to act presidential. He has to be the president of North, East, West, and South, the president of Lagos, Kano, Port Harcourt, Akwa Ibom, Imo State, and all the places where they didn't vote for him or he didn't win. He has to be their president. And if he shows that sportsmanship, then he will be on a good move upward to rebuild his mandate.
And while we shy away from preempting the courts with respect to the petitions currently before the election tribunal, you did mention that the new president that is, did not win in the FCT, and that's been a hotly debated issue, especially since the conduct of the elections, as to whether or not he fulfilled constitutional requirements to be declared president-elect. Well, now that the inauguration has taken place, do you think a lot of, the president-elect or INEC in this question did not, follow electoral guidelines before declaring him as president-elect because he did not win in the FCT? And there were also rumors about plots to install an interim government and truncate democracy in the country.
Aspect of this controversy will go down. I mean, the idea that he should be sworn in because he didn't meet constitutional requirements, the notion started by the vice presidential candidate of the PDP, of the Labour Party, that swearing Ashwaji in would be unconstitutional action and the threat to democracy. Those will die out because right now he has been sworn in and no court will go and say, don't swear him in, it's done. What will happen is that the legal aspect of this controversy remains, which is namely whether he met the required, or whether he needs to get 25% in FCT to be the president-elect, and whether he met it or not. So that controversy will remain. Only the Supreme Court will determine. I had written extensively on this, that the proper thing would have been to make a reference to the Supreme Court from the tribunal long ago, to have the Supreme Court determine the issue of constitutional status of the election. Let's forget whether he won the number of states, whether he won 30 in the rivers and was given 100. Those issues can be processed by the tribunal, even sworn in. But the key question of constitutionality ought to have been settled before he's sworn in. And it's easy to settle it. It's easy to settle it. You can settle it by basically getting the Supreme Court to make a determination on that. And that's what we didn't do. And it's a lesson for the future. We should work hard now to change our electoral act so that candidates, governors, presidents are all fully certified as elected with no outstanding legal challenge before they are sworn in. And it can be done. If you get INEC to do the right thing, which is the Electoral Act says you have 7 days to review votes. So INEC doesn't need to declare a winner 2 days. INEC could ask the parties to submit administrative petitions to it, go through those things again, nullify where there was outright error, wrong procedure, rerun some, and then finally, so you can declare a winner, but you have not yet certified it. INEC will now, after a week or so, go back and say that declaration we made is certified. So if you do that, the courts will have less jobs. So I think really that the legal issue will remain, but the political issue will go down because now there's no debate whether you should swear in Ashwaji. He's not the president, and we challenge him in court. If he wins you, that's the end. If you win, then he will be removed. So it's basically out of the question politically. It's now legal issue for judges and the lawyers.
Okay, Sam, I'd like to quickly draw your attention now to policy shift of this administration. Yes, it's the same APC-led federal government, and in his farewell speech yesterday, Mr. President described Tinubu as a fellow worker in the political terrain in the last decade. And this, of course, is an offshoot from the famous merger that led to the formation of the APC back in 2014. Buhari's just done 8 years and another era beckons for Tinubu. I would like to ask, what are your projections for the Tinubu administration going forward, considering it was equally pivotal to the installment of President Buhari as president back in 2015, and it's been more or less an influential factor within the APC in the last 8 years. The responsibility and the buck now stops at his desk. What are you expecting? Do you think we're going to see something different on the Tinubu as opposed to what we had in Buhari? Or do you think it's more or less going to be the APC's tradition in terms of how it has outlined its programs since its merger back in 2015?
Well, I think you're going to see a difference. Tinubu, unlike Buhari, is cosmopolitan, experience, has wide contact. So you will see a president who is struggling to find the right people for the right job. Buhari didn't have any contact beyond his narrow contact, and that's why his government was largely provincial. So you're going to see a much more diverse government. You're going to see a much more focused leadership. But whether he will be able to solve the problem depends on him. How he balances commitment to helping his political associates, as well as looking for the best and brightest to do the job, is a different question. Again, we're going to see a strong presidency. Tinubu has been in politics, is like Nigerians' only outstanding political grandmaster now. So it's going to be a strong presidency in terms of this guy's, well, if he health allows, because just like Buhari too, he came in with some stories and issues around health. But as much as God gives him the health, I think we'll see a much more bullish, politically active presidency. With Buhari ran a strong government, but didn't have strong political movement. Tinubu is going to run strong government with strong political movement. The real question is how he's going to deal with corruption, going by all the allegations and his own history and profile. We talked about that corruption issue at the banquet last night, but not credible until we begin to see who he appoints, the moves he takes. So I think it's going to be some kind of uncertainty as to direction he goes, whether he'll go the direction of reinventing governance and doing things far different from Buhari, or whether he's going to continue the same political game. But we're going to see shifts, obviously. The Lagos boys are stronger. They are more eager to be in power. Already in Abuja here, they are filled everywhere, and people are worried about whether we're going to see Agboro take over Abuja as we see in Lagos. But we don't know. We'll watch and see.
Okay, something else that is on the sidebars is the fact that, like we had said earlier, right now, he is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Is there the slightest possibility that although not widely accepted by Nigerians, he can possibly turn out to be one of the best, presidential experiences of the country, especially because we see his versatility in choice of, cabinet members. When he was, a two-term governor of Lagos State, we know Asiwaju Bola Tinubu to be astute with picking the best brains to work with. What if it turns out better than expected for Nigerians as we go forward?
I think he has a chance to turn out better than expected. In fact, he's lucky to come in with a low bar, a low threshold. I mean, Buhari, anybody could be better than Buhari. So it's always good to come after a bad president. And Buhari is bad, very bad. That gives you room to improve. So any small thing he does, you get improvement. Secondly, it's also good to come discounted. People say, oh, this man is weak, this man is corrupt, and all kinds of things, fearful. Muslim ticket, we want to see Islamization. It's good that he now has very low expectation to meet. So we will see any Islamization, we see a balanced cabinet, we see these chiefs made up of people from south, southeast, northwest. And they begin to say, wow, this guy, so he can actually turn out to be far better than projected. And really, he has people to deal with, he has people to tap into, his capacities to mobilize. If he fails, it will be his own cost. I think he can do far better than he's expected. Two things to do with, and the wife gave indication yesterday. He said, "Look, God has blessed us with so much resources. We're not for money. This is probably one of the families in the country. So leave the people's money. Leave the people's money. Walk into our people's heart. Be a messiah. Forget. So if people can really deal with that and say no rent seeking, clean politics, clean governance, he will solve the problem. He has intelligence. He has people around him. The wife is smart and politically smart too. So she and the people around him can really guide him well. But the key thing is, are we going to become rich from stealing the country more and more? We'll become the richest people in the world. Or are we going to now serve the people so that with our wealth, we can enjoy our wealth in peace after 4 years, 8 years? Look, it doesn't take too long to get to 8 years. Who knew we're going to be talking about Buhari's exit? It looked like an eternity of terrible, of terror and sadness. But now, a new day. So as they come into power today, they should know that there's an exit. 4 years or max 8 years, and just do the best for the people. So I expect that he can do well if he can deal with those internal tension. The Lagos people are there now, all the MC Olumo guys, they would think this is our time to chop. But can you manage that crowd?
Okay, but something that the president has also promised is the fact that he's coming in as a unifier for the country, especially on the premise, that he was announced as winner of the February 25th election. A lot of people, were not satisfied, but he has said on that premise, one of his biggest visions as president will be to unify the entire country. And you have rightly, cited example about, having intelligent people around him. So far, so good. We are divided along religious line, along ethnic lines, and a lot of issues, some of which were magnified during this election. Do you think that, the president has what it takes, apart from verbal promises, to actually unify this country? And do you think that Nigerians also want to stay unified, going forward?
I think he can unify the country if he says he's meant to do it first. He comes from Lagos, the nation's melting point, diversity, ethnic, cultural, demographic, gender. So he's used to that. He has also worked with people from other ethnic groups. Yes, he's a Muslim, but he's married to a Christian. I opposed the mandate because I thought it was insensitive to pick a Muslim ticket, but it was political game. I saw it could pay off, and it did. But now he has won the election. He should put up the cap of governance and bring out the best in him, that best that made him marry a Christian, have Christians work with him, have Igbos, Yoruba, Efik, Bibio, different people work with him. It's that same heart he has to wear now and say, okay, I was a strategist. I needed to win power, so I did something that's not good. Put Muslim. Now we have won. Can we now really forget these things and embrace the better angel of our life, our better side, our better nature? He can do that. He being a governor of Lagos, a city that is, Nigeria's most cosmopolitan city, for 8 years, and still the governor in shadow for the last 8 years or more, means that he has come across diverse Nigerians. He has seen that these Nigerians are all capable, competent, so he has no reason not to have a diverse cabinet and be fair to everybody. We can make an excuse for President Buhari. After leaving office, he went back to Daura. I was speaking only on BBC Hausa. Didn't care much about anything until he got back again to power. So, but this is a guy who is a modern guy in every sense, a modern Nigerian. And I expect, like I say, if he can shut down the political rhetoric and focus on governance, I recognize that those people he was in cabinet his Oga at ExxonMobil, who was not, is from his village. Some of the people we work with in ExxonMobil, people who worked in politics when we were fighting for June 12, Nadeco, we were made up of diverse Nigerians. So he has to now fall back on that experience and say, look, I want to go back to the old script when I was a pro-democracy activist, when I was a pro-democracy supporter, when I was a progressive in true sense, and govern from that mindset. Not now that I'm a politician, when I want to win election by all means, and I do all kinds of dirty stuff and stopping from voting in Lagos and all that because they're Igbos or they're Southerner or they look like Southeastern. You have to not say, let's keep that. It was part of rough of African politics. Now, a new dawn. So you need to close that window and open a new window and move through that door, and it gets it done. That's what I think.
Well, interesting discourse indeed, and such is the expectations from most Nigerians. But we're going to have to pause on the conversation there. Sam Amadi, political strategist, law, and...
we do hope that the conversations, will stretch. Like Sam Amadi has said, he has brought us into a lot of perspective. Like he said, it's important that Tinubu and Shettima put on the governance cap going forward. But then we need to encourage you to be a part of the conversation. So follow us at Spectrum T online on Twitter. Let's get Nigerians talking. What are your thoughts about the inauguration? The fact that Nigeria happening at the Eagle Square.
Yes.
We've already seen the change of guard being done. And of course, more color, more activity. Like they said, no gap in between. Everything is in quick succession.
That's right. It's been pretty quite speedy. And the former president that is, handed over the new colors to the new president, and also the instrument of office shortly after his swearing in by the Chief Justice of the country, Lukade Ariwola. Also, former President Muhammadu Buhari, that is, has taken off to Katsina, or is about taking off to Katsina shortly after this particular line of the ceremony, where he will be riding in the 001 vehicle for the very last time. Inauguration boss Mustafa taking applauses from cheering supporters of not just the APC, but I'm sure well-meaning Nigerians who were out there to witness that colorful ceremony. There's still more to come. We'll take a short time out, and when we come back, a continuation of our coverage of the presidential inauguration 2023 will continue. Just stay with us.
Members of the armed forces and Nigerian police on parade, ready for your inspection.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, that was the voice of the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, reporting the state of the parade to the special guest of honor and requesting for the inspection of the various guards. At this point, permit me to hand over the microphone to my co-compare.
Abakpa for the commentary so far. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I acquaint you with the citation on His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. The special guest of honor and reviewing officer for today's of Nigeria's governing party, the All Progressives Congress, a notable progressive leader, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a visionary who has made personal sacrifices to advance the common goal in Nigeria and beyond. His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu obtained a degree in Business Administration, Accounting and Management from Chicago State University, Illinois, United States of America in 1979. He was on Chicago State University Dean's List throughout his stay at the university and won an outstanding Students Award and also bagged a Certificate of Merit in Accounting and Finance. In his final year, he emerged President, Chicago State University Accounting Society. It should be worthy of mention that while still in the university, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu was headhunted for both international and local companies, including Mobile Nigeria. Determination, commitment, vision, focus, and a strong sense of purpose that have characterized Bola Tinubu's politics drove his emergence as one of the country's most successful governors after Nigeria's return to democratic governance 23 years ago. His stewardship of Lagos State between 1999 and impressive of his achievements as the governor of Lagos was his revolution of the state's environmental policies and the creation of thousands of jobs for Lagosians through the private sector partnership program he established. Other important achievements while governor of Lagos include education reforms, under which now thriving to council forms for school leavers, giving underprivileged children access to further education, more career opportunities, and better life prospects. Civil service reforms, which led directly to the introduction of a more responsive and expert-led civil service in Lagos. Judicial reforms and the Lagos Master Plan blueprint, which has been and continues to be followed with great success by all subsequent governors of Lagos. Also worthy of mention is that as a first-class financial strategist, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu overhauled and reformed government and revenue collection in the state, taking Lagos from a yearly internally generated revenue of 14.64 billion naira in 1999 to 60.31 billion naira in 2006. His innovations laid the groundwork necessary for Lagos' age and commitment to justice. Bola Tinubu combines practical, political acumen, strategic vision, and moral principle. When the history of the first 2 decades of the 21st century in Nigeria is written, it will record Bola Tinubu's rare courage and foresight in guiding his party, determined efforts of the then ruling party to turn Nigeria into a one-party. Much as he understands the game of power. Indeed, his democratic footprints go beyond Nigeria. They span the continent, especially in the immediate West African sub-region, where he has contributed personal resources, advice, and support to help sustain democracy and popular participation in many of the region's emergent democracies. His Excellency Bola Tinubu has served the cause of humanity and expanded the frontiers of freedom and democracy in Nigeria and the African continent. He is one.
Okay, welcome back, and we're still having footages from the Eagle Square, Abuja, where a short while ago, former President Muhammadu Buhari took a final ride in the presidential vehicle, the 001, for the very last time, en route Katsina, where he will commence his official retirement after 8 years in the saddle as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The man who has stepped into those shoes, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, at the moment is currently taking a guard of honor around the Eagle Square and is also inspecting the guard of honor, taking a salute in the lead up to his first inaugural address as the president of the country. Still a very colorful ceremony we're witnessing live from the Eagle Square in Abuja. And Uyai, you can tell that this event has gone as seamlessly as possible, defying the expectations of naysayers. That maybe some persons were, opining that we could have one or two issues, truncates the ceremony. But you can see it's been effected to the letter. It's been a colorful ceremony, to say the least.
And when we're talking about truncating the event, let's not even forget that back here in Akwa Ibom, there was a very heavy rain downpour, that a destructive kind. And if, that kind of experience was seen around the Eagle Square this morning, it might have, watered down the event to a very large extent. But then again, speaking of naysayers, let's not forget that the president himself had said this is his turn. Emilio Khan. It's time for him to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And we must say he has lived to see that day and time become a fulfillment. And even if we are waiting to hear the summary of the case that is before the election petition tribunal, one would, as of now, if anything were to happen, differently, he would be referred to as the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, even if it were to be for 24 hours. So he has lived his dream, definitely. And we are here to see it. We are here to talk about it. We are here to analyze it. And speaking of having conversations around, making your contribution, you need to follow us at Spectrum T Online at Twitter. Go to Twitter at Spectrum T Online, and then we can have this conversation. We'd love to have the questions that you have for the next administration. What are your thoughts over today's inauguration? We also want to find out how Nigerians across the country are feeling about the event of today. Of course, we've seen a quick succession of all of the event that has happened. The president now, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has, of course, inspected the Guard of Honor, and we're expecting him to give us his speech in the next couple of minutes. A lot is going down at Eagle Square. Let's not forget that the Joint Task Force of the Nigerian military had said that they were ready 100% to ward off any inauguration ceremony and event is going on smoothly.
Yes, and also we know a lot of invited guests were, at this ceremony, dignitaries from different parts of the country, some world leaders notably absent, but of course some did send in delegations to represent them at this event. I think the most talked about has to be the absence of US President Joe Biden, who did send an 8-man delegation to represent him at this event. But there are some who are still saying if that alone, legitimizes Tinubu's election victory in the eyes of the US government, considering Joe Biden is yet to make that phone call to Sunak of UK, Xi Jinping of China, and several other world leaders, all congratulating him, but save the US State Department and, of course, Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, Joe Biden is yet to formally congratulate Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Whether some will say, let's not read much into this, but maybe going forward, these are things that we'll likely see with respect to recognizing formally the Tinubu administration. Well, we had to
Spectrum T Online, and Priest Orok Ekpo says, congratulations to the President and Vice President of Nigeria. It's a hope that they will deliver the dividends of democracy. Of course, this is the hope of all Nigerians at this time, whether unsatisfied by the proceedings of the election. We say we have a new have a new president. Of course, would like for more people to bring in the conversation. Let's follow up for more conversation at Spectrum T Online. Thank you to Prince Orok, of course, for tweeting this morning. More conversations can be held and received on that particular platform. But yes, some people would definitely piggyback on the fact that his president is president. Let's deal with that and go forward.
Yes, it is. And there's always that saying that after the elections, the tribunal is concerned to maybe sheath their swords and see how they can come together to chart a new course forward with this administration. But just as President Buhari has urged the aggrieved parties to channel their grievances to the court, It's also expected that many would allow the litigants as a fallout from the elections to also follow through constitutional processes in trying to reclaim mandates that they felt they lost at the elections. And the last few days has been, littered with, a lot of talks about what to expect from the judiciary with reference to the election tribunal. The Supreme Court's judgment on Friday last week. Shetima, in the Supreme Court's ruling, they said the PDP had no locus standi to file the suit or have it been entertained in the first place because it was squarely an APC matter. Well, back to the live feeds from the nation's capital, Abuja, at the Eagle Square, where in a short moment from now, we'll be expecting the president to have his inaugural address as the new president of the country. But currently, he's inspecting a guard of honor, another line of the tradition of inaugurations as we've seen over the years. The different brass of the nation's military, the Nigerian Air Force, the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Police Force, all, of course, taking part in this interesting guard of honor. When we spoke to Sam Amadi a short while ago, he did touch on insinuations in some quarters about the health status of the new president, which is something we had about the previous president as well. We'll come back to this. Let's check out some more comments via our social media platforms. Feel free to join us, of course. This one's coming from Iyenebon Udo, and it says, congratulations, Mr. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu and VP Shetima. I pray for a better administration. Well, we couldn't pray less, regardless what party you belong to.
Yeah, and when you say we
era.
couldn't pray less, for a country that oftentimes we're like, we pray too much. But as of this time, a lot of people are like, we just have prayers. And like Sam Amadi had said earlier, some people just, went about their activities and are waiting for tomorrow, to continue their businesses, their trade, and just see what the new administration turns out to be. But then most Nigerians literally just have a prayer on their lip.
Well, in terms of staying with what to expect from the Tinubu administration, a few months after his swearing in, or a few weeks rather, after his election victory, he said he would favor national unity, or rather competence above national unity in determining who makes up his cabinet with reference to appointments as ministers, senior special advisors, and several other ministries, departments, and agencies. And that seems to have come as a surprise to many.
It shouldn't, because of course that initially informed him picking Kashim Shettima as, the vice presidential candidate. First of all, it was more like an issue of, it's a Muslim ticket, and his explanation was, I was looking at competence over religion and all the other likes. But it shouldn't be a surprise at this time, and we are going to be having a lot of surprises where the president is concerned and the people that he's going to be picking for cabinet. That is to be expected.
Well, the discourse would follow up through as we take another short time out. When we come back, Rex Seweme, a political analyst and also a lecturer, University of Uyo in the Department of Political Science, he will be joining us to talk through all that we are monitoring from the nation's capital, Abuja, where the formal inauguration of the 16th president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is well and on the way. Just stay with us.
Le président s'approche. Levez-vous s'il vous plaît.
How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hello. My brother. How are you?
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit back and enjoy this beautiful parade by these amazing officers and men, permit me to acquaint you with the significance of 21 gun salute, which is part of activities lined up for today's celebration. The 21 gun salute is a military tradition used to accord respect or honor to dignitaries. Generally, saluting is done using hand, sword, colors, small arms and firing of artillery guns. Salute by gunfire is an ancient ceremony which originated in the 17th century and involves the use of artillery guns to fire ammunition, usually blanks, to welcome important dignitaries or commemorate an anniversary. Traditionally, gun salutes are presented to honor or welcome a foreign president or head of state on a state visit. It is also used to cover reopening days, marking of public holidays and independence anniversary celebrations. Others include Ascension Day, state funeral of a late president, and Independence Day. In Nigeria, gun salute is provided during Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebrations, inauguration parade, to signify the great respect and unflinching loyalty that the Nigerian Armed Forces and the Nigerian Police have for the exalted office and the personage of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. On that note, that I request our distinguished guests not to panic when the 21 gun salute is being fired. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing.
Merci beaucoup, le capitaine Abakwa. Les officiers supérieurs, mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi de vous donner une petite histoire de coup de canon. Coup de canon, traditionnellement, est une activité militaire. Le coup de canon est fait à l'honneur du président en visite. Et ici, nous avons assez de présidents en visite au Nigeria, ou au coup de l'anniversaire du chef d'État, ou le jour férié. Le coup de canon, on les tire aussi le jour de l'indépendance.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed a while ago the guard forming squad without changing formation towards the saluting dice led by the color party to pay their respect to the special guest of honor. And also for the reviewing officer to take a look at the turnout of the guards who are impeccably dressed at close range. Any moment from now, we shall be witnessing march past by the guards. Your Excellencies, the guards Having marched into line shortly, the march past round the parade ground will commence with number 1 guard leading, and the other guards following suit in ascending order. The guards will take turn to pay their respect to the special guest of honor, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. May I have this moment? Please request that when the color parties marches towards your sitting position, you are please expected to rise as a mark of respect to the colors, as the colors create a feeling of pride in soldiers and ex-soldiers. Officers and warrant officers in uniform are expected to salute. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, il y aura 6 gardes au parade ce matin et nous aurons 48 personnels. Et le premier garde est commandé par Moussa Hamza Yakoubou, le commandant Moussa Hamza Yakoubou et sous-officier Mani en arrière. Nous avons aussi deuxième garde composé par l'armée de terre nigériane. Et là, comme commandant Amina Shankar, n'est-ce pas?
Dignitaries standing in front of the state box are requested to move back to their seats. You are not expected to stand in front of the state box. Please move back to your seats. Move back to your seats. If you don't have anything to do in front of the state box, you are kindly requested to go back to your seats. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, taking you back to the happenings on the parade ground. Advancing squarely towards the saluting dais is the mass band. The mass band on parade today comprises personnel of the Police, Abdurazak Mohammed. There are 6 guards on parade this morning, and each guard has a guard commander, 2 sub-guard commanders, and a strength of 48 personnel. As we can see, the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Salim Yusuf Hassan, riding on a Sudanese-built ox named GMB, is approaching the saluting dais to pay compliment to the special guest of honor, His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. And behind the parade commander is parade second in command, Lieutenant Commander Kuzayat Yali Kaza, riding on a Dogola breed horse named Yaya, after the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yaya, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. He is commanded by Major Hamza Yakubu Musa. The left sub-guard commander is Captain Jamil Ma Issa. The right sub-guard commander is Captain Teslim Folarin Sikiru. And the conducting warrant officer behind the guard is Warrant Officer Abubakar Mani. That is number 1 guard paying compliment right now. And marching closely behind number 1 guard is number 2 guard, which is commanded by Major Deborah Oluwa
Welcome back, and many thanks for staying with us. You're still watching Political Spectrum live on Spectrum Television. And don't forget, you can always connect with us on StarTimes DTH Channel 421. And make sure you follow us on all of our socials, especially, of course, on our Twitter handle, where we're soliciting your reactions to the ongoing presidential inauguration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is currently inspecting a guard of honor shortly after his rode out in the 001 vehicle for the very last time en route to Katsina, where he is expected, of course, to begin his retirement. Well, he did joke that he would run away to Niger Republic if the new administration beckons on him, although that's something Tinubu has said will likely happen, taking into consideration the extent to which he has been able to handle the peculiar nature of the office of president in the past 8 years. We'll dwell on more issues side by side with live feeds from the Eagle Square, Abuja, right here in our broadcast studios, where we're covering the 2023 presidential inauguration. Well, we're being joined now live in our studios by Mr. Rex Enweme. He's a lecturer in the Department of Political Science, University of Uyo. The new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Rex Enweme joins us live. A very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You've just seen footages from the Eagle Square, Abuja. I'd like to start by asking, are you having a feeling of nostalgia? What's the mood like for you with the ceremony that we're witnessing?
Well, it's not a new thing in our political history. Every 4 years, power has to change hand. So it's always a time that some party will be very happy, some will be mourning and stuff like that. You know, today, some group of persons, political party, and some associate of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and some friends are very happy today for what has happened because the power has changed hand, and this set of people will now move into Azo Rock in the corridor of power, and you know what that means. So they are very happy and they are jubilating. Then the other side, the people that could not make it from some other parties, have a kind of a sober reflection of what is going on. So it's a mixed feelings. Some part are very happy, some are not, and it's a normal thing. It's a normal thing. So personally, I'm happy because even though I have not of that political platform, but then seeing a new president coming in to start a new administration is a thing, and with a message, it came on the mantra of hope, a renewed hope. So all of us have to wait and see what he can do. He has given a lot of promises, how he would unite Nigeria, tackle security, tackle unemployment, and a whole lot of things he has said. With that hope, we are waiting. In fact, I think shortly before inauguration or after inauguration, I said that it's not coming to tamper with the treasury of Nigeria. So let's see what is going to happen. So I'm happy, and I pray that God should give him the grace to see what he can do. He's coming with the mantra of renewed hope, and we are waiting to see what's going to happen.
Well, it's following up on the policies initiated by the Buhari administration, considering it's still the same All Progressives Congress, APC, and in the course of his campaigning, he said he will like to continue from the good works that President Buhari had initiated throughout his administration. The jury is still out on whether President Buhari did creditably well or not in the course of his administration, but what are the points as to which Nigerians can have faith that indeed there will be a renewed hope under the Tinubu administration, as opposed to the mantra of change that they came with in 2015? And yes, we've seen change, but can we truly say that it was positive?
We can say it was positive change or negative change. We are live, so I'm not a kind of analyst that really criticize a lot or do a lot of things. But from what we are seeing, Buhari has tried his best. That is how far he can go. He has done what he's supposed to have done. I talk on the radio the other time that if you look at our political history in Nigeria, every government that comes into power comes with their own ideology, with their own policies, sometimes far different from their political manifesto. So he's an individual. And as a president, and the way we operate in this part of the world, you have the ultimate power. So you can do anything you want to do outside your party manifesto or your party philosophy. So Buhari has tried his best. What he has done is how far he can go. So it's left for us. We cannot compare right now. Let's get into civil administration. When we do like 3-4 years, we cannot do a kind of comparison to know whether we actually have a positive change as Buhari promised compared to what Tinubu is coming to do. So for now, I can't say Buhari is completely bad or he has completely failed Nigerian. There are some aspects, government is continuing, like we say, it's a continuous process. There are some aspects that Buhari could be good, and there are some aspects that he is not doing well. But all together, he has tried his best.
But we do agree that government is a continuum. But what happens in a case where time-bound promises have not, but that has been moved to the decks of the new president? That's one. We had a census that should have taken place on the 3rd to the 5th of May. It has been postponed again at the discretion of the new administration. And several other policies that you might want to mention.
Last minute signing of bills. One was done yesterday also.
There you go.
Well, like I said, government is a continuous process. Where you stop, then another person continue. But you see, sometimes our government delays some vital, because there are certain action that you take in this country that will affect a lot of people, and because you don't want to step on people's toes, then you have to stand down some of those policies that will be beneficial to the general public. So it takes a political will for somebody to do that. So I don't think Buhari really had that political will, especially in the area of subsidy removal. Actually, before he came in, he said that it was a scam, and we have seen trillions of naira that Nigerians are paying for subsidy. That political will. So it takes a man that will have to dare the situation and take a drastic action once and for all to calm the situation and see how he can help the general public. So it's a continual process. Those things have been shifted to the table of the new government now, Tinubu, and I hope if he had the political will, he will have to do the needful so that he can cut off some of those unnecessary wastage on the area of a subsidy. As for the census, this is supposed to take place every 10 years. Buhari came in for about 8 years. He didn't do anything about that. And at the dying minute, and all of us, if you look at it critically, you see that the timing was wrong. And there's no how you could have done the census alongside with the general election. These are two concrete projects or policy that you need to have time to do that. So
we could also have had the census before the elections took place.
That would have happened. It would have been very possible to do that. If you remember, they proposed the census since last year. They started the process since last year, and I'm part of it. So that would have happened before the election, and then they shifted it to election, and even after election, they prepared for transition. So the timing was wrong.
So do you feel it was a deliberate thing?
To me, I feel it's deliberate.
Deliberate on the part of President Muhammad,
and the part of President and the cabal in quote. They must have their reasons.
Okay. Now, having this conversation, we want to look a little bit into Nigeria's democracy and political advancement. There is a tweet by the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party where I want to premise the next conversation on. And Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed is saying today the Nigeria Saturday Black Monday. Okay, that's the tweet right there on the screen. Let's talk about Nigeria's democracy and the fact that the February 25th election was smeared with a lot of inconsistencies that has produced the man who's seated now as president of the Federal Republic. What do you think is going to become of the democracy of our nation going forward as against popular opinion?
Well, I don't understand the area the angle is coming out from when they talk about the constitution, the truncator or whatever. So I don't understand the area it's coming out from.
No, maybe we should shed more light on it so we know what responses you're giving. First off, I think it's the second time Dati Ahmed is making tea. You have to claim 25% of votes across the 36 states, and that's the crux of the matter, the FCT.
Okay, I'm not a lawyer, but I've read a lot of things, I've seen a lot of things. I think from what the constitution says, it said 25% is supposed to be one of the once the pronouncement is made, like what happened that time after pronouncement at the chairman of the INEC said we should go to court. That was a very delicate statement, not expected of a public officer like that. So it might be by making such a statement, he knows what he must have done and underground, try to overlook certain things. And he knows also that we don't have a strong institution in terms of the judiciary. So he knows what that means. Sometimes ago somebody told me, if you're a politician, whatever thing you can do in this country to win election on ground, anyhow you can win election on ground, win election first. When we go to court, we know what to do. So that sounds somehow, even at that, I still leave it for, because a lot of some lawyers, experienced judges have given different interpretation of that particular section of the Constitution. And I'm not armed like them to really say more about that. The case is the court, so we don't want to talk much about that. So when they go there, the judges, the lawyers will argue it out and come in terms, we'll listen and know how the perfect interpretation of that particular section of 25%, including FCT. So for this discussion, I would like to let go that for now. So,
but if we're also looking at the fact that democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, it looks like we are having, a play of democracy that is not played going on democracy.
Actually, in my own opinion, we are not going forward, especially with the last election. Everybody has hope that at least Nigeria will get it right this time around. With the technology the INEC brought in, with all the promises they saw it's going to be perfect and all that, and that really encouraged a lot of people. If you look at the trend of elections for some years now, you can see Nigeria recorded a very low turnout, political election apathy. But this time around, people were so enthusiastic. They go out, they registered, they got their vote, and they wanted to vote. They really wanted to change the government for good. But what happened, and that really draw us backward. So we are not progressing in this democracy, because the whole world saw what it's supposed to be. Atiku, supposed to be what the system will be, or even Tinubu, but at least the will of the people is supposed to be allowed to prevail. The vote supposed to count. What is happening? 2027 election, quote me, see what is going to happen. The energy people put into this election, they might not have it that way again because of the frustration.
But you equally have a president, or an outgone president, who has seriously and severely affirmed that this was the best election in the
Nigerians. He have his own reason of describing that as the best. But to me, I feel that election and that of 2007 is the worst election Nigeria has ever had in the history of our political processes. It's the worst election, if you ask me, we have ever had in this country.
All right. So diversity is a major issue, and the just concluded cycle of election threw up diversity in a way never experienced. Like you just cited the 2007, several political lines in the country, and it touched up a little more. We had divisions of the Igbos against party lines and all of those things. How do you think this is coming to do?
Well, Nigeria is a heterogeneous country that will have different ethnic group, religious, and other diversities. And you see, like Bishop Cook said the other day on the inaugural lecture, the president comes to power, and the people are keen to see the kind of people you appoint to your government. Then they look at the list. This one is for Muslim. Hausa are nothing people. And the South now will now look at, who is the minister for this? How many people are there in your cabinet? Who is this? Who is that? Look at those positions, and you see that it's lopsided. Definitely, you create that division already by those appointments. So these things are there, but we can manage it. It is a political class that fuels to quoting him, and then when eventually get back to his house in Sokoto, and he saw the soldier guarding his house even before he got back to the house, and he looked at their faces. These people were Fulanis and Muslim. None of them were Christians, and they were guiding a Christian bishop. And he asked himself a question: who are the people now fueling this crisis? And he concluded by saying that the issue will come out from there. Starting from his cabinet, he needs to balance the equation. He needs to take into consideration the federal character. In every aspect of appointment, let every section, every geographical zone, every state, every ethnic group.
Comments made by the president before he was made president, when he said he would favor competence of a national unity in determining who constitutes his cabinet going forward. One of the major things we saw at the advent of the Buhari administration was that it took him a little over 6 months before he constituted his own cabinet, and whether or not that contributed to the porous nature of how our economy has turned out at the end of his tenure as president is left to be seen. But if Tinubu is saying it doesn't matter whether by the book in respecting the tenets of the federal character in determining where appointments comes from.
Like I always said, you cannot tell me in the entire South, for instance, that we are from now, you can have one or two competent person that can man one ministry and deliver. You can't tell me that. You can't tell me you don't have such people in the South. Is entire. We have these people everywhere. It's just that sometimes it's interest and this ethnic boycott that always brought about some of this sentiment. That when we talk of competent, we have all those people in time. In Akwa State here, you still have actually one the federal character principle. We have all of them in all the state, in all the zones.
Maybe you could have them, but one who understands and would interpret the policies of this administration to the best of their abilities could be the crux of the matter here. I know Jonathan's administration decided to take a shift from what had been the norms over the years. We saw a lot of technocrats being brought into that administration. One of them is the current CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele, whom President Buhari inherited with reference to retaining him in that role. But we saw the impasse that was occasioned by the Naira redesign policy that nearly brought the nation on its knees. So going forward, you would think it's something Tinubu would know. We look at the retinue of governors Lagos State have produced right after Tinubu himself. They've all perceived to have been personally anointed by his person. So would you say that's something he would likely do when he begins rolling out the names of those he wants to constitute his cabinet?
Every head of administration would like to pick people he can comfortably work with. And such people must be competent, we should be able them all over. So he can pick whoever that he wants to pick and will still deliver. He would like to work with the people that are good, the people that can deliver, the people that he wants. But then you must understand the fact that sometimes you can be very competent, you can be expert, you can do anything you want to do, but you see that still have to be subjected to the president himself and the cabal that surround the president. So there are certain things when you enter government, it's good to stay from outside. But if you enter the government, you really understand that there are certain things you have ought to do as a person that is good, but the system will not let you do some of those things. And that's the problem that we have.
We have just seen part of the event where we've seen Bola Ahmed Tinubu sworn in as President of the Federal Republic in Nigeria and Kashim Shettima as Vice President of the Federal Republic. So many more things are happening at that event, but at this time, we are going to hold up on that conversation, and when we return, we'll be bringing you more discussions, more breakdown, and more sides from Eagle Square, Abuja.
Business exists only to meet the needs of the people, but there's an extra advantage if your product and services are pitched on a platform that gives you the added advantage over your competitors. For your desired return on investment and so much more, advertise free. Spectrum Television, broadening your horizon.
Nigerian police, which is the only one allowed by grossly abused. Our governors have to share police powers with the president as stipulated by the constitution. We do not have a federal government police force. We have the Nigerian police force, which shall be administered, organized, and supervised by the Nigerian police force.
No, my lord, I want to say something. I want to say something here. Perhaps it might also enlarge the scope of people who should be invited here for examination. My lord, if we cannot find those who literally murdered Abiola, who are those people who could be said to be the beneficiaries of the death of Abiola?
Rogers has linked you with some of the killings he did?
He never did.
he linked you with the attempted murder of Hebrew.
He did not.
My Lord, the matters counsel is leading the evidence in our matters.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my Lord, but we can't be talking about cases which are in court.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my Lord. These cases are in court, my Lord. I'm just reminding your Lordship.
My Lord, sorry, my Lord, I think I'll be in cross-examination.
Legally Speaking, a program that deals with legal issues and questions we face as citizens of this amazing country, Nigeria. Legally Speaking. Join us every
Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
for Legally Speaking.
Hello, welcome to Spectrum News at 12. I am Janice Kobum, coming to you live from Uyo, the capital city of Akwa Ibom State. Let's take a look at the headlines. Bola Tinubu and Kashim Shettima sworn in as President and Vice President of Nigeria. Pastor Umoino set to be sworn in today as Governor of Akwa Ibom State. Plus, China's C919 passenger plane enters into service. We will bring you details of these stories and more in a moment. A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the news at 12. First in the news this afternoon is an inauguration update where Bola Tinubu and Kashim Shettima have been sworn in as President and Vice President of Nigeria. Tinubu, aged 71 and former Lagos State Governor, was sworn in today at the Eagle Square in the nation's capital city, Abuja. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Oluwa Kayode Ariwola, administered the oath of office on Tinubu and his deputy Kashim Shettima at the swearing-in ceremony. The ceremony was witnessed by Tinubu's predecessors, including Muhammadu Buhari and Goodluck Jonathan, African leaders, family members, and other dignitaries. And moving away from that, the immediate past President Muhammadu Buhari yesterday, in his last official assignment in office, sent to the National Assembly Service Pensions Board bill and two others. In a statement signed by Babajide Omowurare, he said it was in furtherance of the provisions of Section 58 of the Constitution and the Act's Authentication Act, CAP A2, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004. Buhari also passed into law the establishment of the Al-Majri National Commission and the Federal Road Safety Commission Training Institute.
The oil and the gas sector, strengthening the electoral framework, diversifying our and accountability, tackling insecurity, and entrenching good governance are easily verifiable. This ninth assembly will be remembered as one of the most productive in terms of outputs and outcomes.
To urge you, sir, that this is not only for National Assembly members' needs. No, it is for all Nigerians. And we're pleased to see people from the executive arm of government coming to take some lessons in NIMS, because that will help in the understanding of what National Assembly or Parliament does.
This is even more critical in view of the expansion in the mandate of the Institute by President Muhammad Buhari to extend its services to political parties, civil society, media, and other democratic actors. The legislative agenda...
I sincerely do apologize for that mix-up there. Moving ahead now, former President Buhari yesterday also approved the appointment of the outgoing member of the House of Representatives for Kano Municipal, Sha'aban Sharada, as Executive Secretary of the National Commission for Al-Majri and Out-of-School Children. Announcing the appointment via a press release, former presidential spokesperson Garba Shehu said the appointment was sequel to the outgone president's assent to the National Commission for Al-Majri and Out-of-School Children Education Bill 2023. According to him, the bill seeks to provide multi-modal system of education to tackle the menace of illiteracy, develop skill and acquisition and entrepreneurship programs, and prevent youth poverty, delinquency, and destitution in Nigeria. Moving on now, from the red chambers, the Senate has indicted the Federal Mortgage Bank (FMB) for non-recovery of loans and illegal award of contracts to the tune of 4.5 billion naira. The Red Chamber arrived at the decision following the report of its Public Accounts Committee, chaired by Senator Matthew Oragide, PDP, Edo South, after the consideration of the 2018 report of the Auditor General of the Federation. The Senate panel then ordered the FMB to account for the sum of 3.0 billion naira contracts that were irregularly awarded. Moving ahead now, from the Green Chambers, the House of Representatives has approved an amendment to the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN Act, raising the ceiling of ways and means advances from the Apex Bank from 5 to 15%. The House gave the approval at an emergency sitting in concurrence with the Senate, which held an emergency plenary to consider and approve some economic bills. The National Assembly made the move amidst alleged criticisms that the federal government had obtained ways and means advances beyond the 5% threshold of the CBN. According to the lawmakers, the act would enable the federal government to meet its immediate and future obligation, the approval of the ways and means by the National Assembly and advances to the federal government by the CBN. In a separate development now, the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has urged the Nigerian judiciary to utilize the election cases before it to reaffirm its integrity. Obi, a former Anambra State governor, also urged Nigerians to face the current reality and seek ways to change the bad narrative through legal and acceptable means. The former governor made the call today, stressing that it is important for the Nigerian judiciary to prove its independence to Nigerians. And back here, Pastor Moino Basi Eno is set to be sworn in as the 5th democratically elected governor of Akwa Ibom State. The event is currently holding at the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium, Uyo. Eno, before his election as the governor of the state, served in the Executive Council as the Commissioner for Lands and Water Resources. We will bring you details in our subsequent bulletins. In the meantime now, the outgoing governor of Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel, yesterday held a valedictory Thanksgiving church service to mark the end of his 8-year tenure. Speaking during the event, Emmanuel appreciated God for seeing him through his years in office. Our correspondent has more details.
The outgoing governor of Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel, yesterday led members of his immediate family, top government officials and his associates, as well as friends of the state, to a valedictory Thanksgiving church service to mark the end of his administration. Addressing worshippers at the event held at the new International Worship Center, initiated and completed by the Governor Emmanuel-led administration, the outgoing governor of the state thanked God for seeing him through the 8 years of his administration, despite the challenges, and for delivering him from life-threatening experiences.
I want to thank God for the past 8 years. We've worked day and night. We've prayed, we've worked, we've done everything we could do. We've made sacrifices. We've done everything possible. Every resource God has given me, everything God has given us, we have plowed it to make this state where they are today. We want to thank God. There's no single local government in Akwa Ibom State that I have not set my feet to pray for. There's no son in Akwa Ibom that I have not been. God has been faithful.
He also used the occasion to thank God for giving him the ability to complete all programs he had for the state and the relative peace enjoyed in Akwa Ibom during his tenure. He stressed that the International Worship Center, which had attracted severe criticisms and court cases aimed at stalling the project, was designed to serve as an altar of God for the state.
So today, we just want to say, Father, we thank you. We just want to give God all the glory. I want to thank God for the peace of this land. One of the promises, when I say what he said he will do, he has done it all. One of the promises that God has kept was that we will enjoy peace throughout our reign. I thank God that throughout these 8 years, through this promise of God, there have been peace in Akwa Ibom State. People have been able to sleep with their 2 eyes closed. God has been so faithful. Peace that passes human understanding. At times you don't just understand. This absolute peace of God is just there. Results have proven the greatest wrong. Results have silenced the enemies. Results has proven God right. Results has shown God to be the faithful God. And then today, I stand here, as the preacher has said today, I say it is finished. It is finished in that it has been done. It has been achieved. God, you promise will end well, will end strong, will end gloriously. Today I stand to say, Father, to you be the glory. We've ended well, we've ended strong, we've ended gloriously. We've done what we could have done based on our capacity as human beings. Today I'm coming here to tell God, thank you. That which you tell me to do, I've done it. You say if I raise an altar for Akwa Ibom State and link this altar up with heaven, this altar will speak and connect it with the blood of Jesus. Father, silver and gold have we none, but we are just standing here today to say we are very grateful. Man, I want to thank God. You can't believe the battle I've gone through over this altar. You can't believe the type of dreams. When I go to bed, I dream over the warfare over this center. You can't imagine the number of people that have challenged me that I couldn't have done this. You can't imagine the number of people that have told me, stop halfway, don't continue again. But today, for our Bible to worship in this altar, to God alone be all the glory. We thank God for this, and we praise God Almighty that this has been made possible.
Earlier, the Reverend Umar Pai, who dedicated the International Worship Center, said the edifice will serve as a place of refuge for all Christians.
You come here alone. This great God shall be waiting for me. You say them in loud. I have danced in my room because of these entities. But it's a written place where we shall meet with our God, leading me. And this God shall wipe away our tears. He will turn our lamentation into laughter. He will turn our disgrace into grace. And those who mock us shall be afraid of our God. We are the people of God. Who are you?
The event also featured intercessory prayers for the outgoing governor of the state and his family. In Uyo, Jane Uwa, Spectrum Television News.
In the meantime, outgoing governor of Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel, yesterday held an end-of-term media rally with journalists in the state. Speaking during the event, the governor thanked members of the pen profession for their partnership and support throughout his years in office. Our correspondent completes the report.
Outgoing governor of Akwa Ibom State, Governor Udom Emmanuel, yesterday had his last media rally with journalists in the state. Speaking during the event held at the State's Banquet Hall, Government House, Uyo, Governor Emmanuel thanked the media. The outgoing governor, Udom Emmanuel, thanked the media for their support and contributions to the success of his 8-year tenure in office. He used the occasion to sue for the same support for his successor, Pastor Omoino. Earlier, the state chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ, Comrade Amos Etuk, commended the outgoing governor for his support and partnership with the union over the years. He prayed God to grant him success in his future endeavors.
Your Excellency, today our visit here is just to say thank you for all you have done for the media community in Akwa Ibom State. In the last 4 years, since this leadership came on board. You've made history, being the very first governor in Akwa Ibom State to hold interactive sessions with the NUG for a record 5 times. The very first in the South and perhaps Nigeria. Your scorecard in 8 years is a clear distinction of good governance, performance redefined, and leadership held in trust with a divine mandate overwhelmingly given to you by the people in 2015 and reaffirmed in 2019. Your Excellency, once again, we sincerely appreciate you for your sustained support to the Union, all through your tenure, especially your commitment towards the completion of our auditorium project. It is 85% completed, and just recently we had a test run on the facility during the World Press Freedom Day. We look forward to having you. Country is eagerly ready to consolidate on our partnership with the Akwa Ibom State government. As the governor-elect, Pastor Moino, officially takes his oath of office tomorrow. His seed of commitment to our auditorium project is yielding multiple harvests, and we believe that our very first steps as partners and stakeholders from tomorrow will project and promote the very best of his administration. And we look forward to periodical interactive sessions to further strengthen this partnership.
The event featured goodwill messages from various stakeholders in the media industry. In Uyo, Jane Uwa, Spectrum Television News.
And moving now to Africa, where Ghana President Nana Akufo-Addo has said that the $3 billion bailout from the International Monetary Fund (IMF) will not immediately address the country's economic challenges. In a televised address to the nation, the Ghanaian president said that the IMF bailout would restore confidence and put the country's economy back on a sound footing. He acknowledged that seeking help from the IMF was a painful but necessary action and decision to help the country recover from the impact of the global pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Akufo-Addo added that to cushion the situation, his administration will clamp down on tax evaders and review existing tax laws. Leader Usman Sonko's march across the country by arresting him and forcefully returning him to Dakar. According to Interior Minister Antoine Diome, the clashes between Sonko's supporters and the police had allegedly resulted in one death, disclosing that weapons were found in the vehicle transporting him. Diome added that the opposition leader should have requested prior authorization before organizing the march. It was built by the Commercial Aviation Corporation of China, but the 164-seater still relies heavily on Western components, including engines and avionics. And still on the foreign scene, Ukraine's officials have said that the country has witnessed another wave of overnight drone and missiles attack, with most of the airstrikes targeting Kyiv. The Ukrainian ambassador, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Alexander Chebra, disclosed that the last few days had been very difficult for Kyiv residents, noting that there were no casualties recorded, but falling drones debris damaged buildings and caused fires. Reports say explosions were also heard in the Lviv, Odessa, Vinnytsia, and other regions. And still to come in the news, Chelsea draws Newcastle to close tough season in EPL. Do stay with us. Over a large crude carrier, MT Heroic Dawn, to the owners, Idon Maritime Limited, after fulfilling the conditions of the plea bargain entered between them and the Nigerian government. Speaking at the handing over, the commanding officer, Forward Operating Base Broni, Mohammed Adamu, said prosecuting the vessel under the suppression of piracy and other maritime offenses demonstrates the Nigerian Navy's practical commitment to end all theft in the country. Adamu noted that the Nigerian Navy will continue to work in synergy with other maritime law enforcement agencies, natives of the Gulf of Guinea states, and strategic partners of Nigeria to ensure that she drives the maximum benefits from its natural resources in her vast maritime area. Reports say the convicted vessels and its owners were to pay conviction fines and restitutions to the federal government and make an apology to the Federal Republic of Nigeria in print and electronic media. It would be recalled that the tanker with 26 foreign crew on board registered arrest by the Nigerian Navy ship Gongola near the Apu oil field offshore Nigeria and eventually arrested in Equatorial Guinea in August 2022. And still in business now, the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics (NBS) has said that the infrastructural activities in the construction and real estate sector reduced by 7.4% in its contribution to Nigeria's real gross domestic product (GDP) in Q1 2023. According to latest data released by the NBS, the sector contributed a total of 8.33 trillion naira in the quarter compared to the 9 trillion naira generated in the fourth quarter of 2022. The Bureau attributed the decline to the adverse effect of the cash crunch experienced during the quarter, noting that the cash scarcity caused by the Naira redesign policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria had pushed Nigerians' gross domestic product growth below global projections of the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, and the African Development Bank. It, however, added that the sector contributed 11.79% to nominal GDP in the first quarter of 2023, which is higher than the 9.68% it contributed a year. In health now, public health physicians have revealed that people who live alone are at higher risk of cardiovascular diseases and other ailments. Speaking with newsmen, a professor of public health at the University of Ilorin, Kwara State, Professor Tanimola Akande, and a public health physician, Dr. Timothy Olusegun, said loneliness reduces the number of antibodies produced to fight infection, saying that this may make the body more susceptible to cancer. They noting that loneliness releases excess stress hormones, causing an elevated heart rate and increased blood pressure and blood sugar levels, which are all classified under cardiovascular diseases, adding that the people who are isolated and lonely have been known Abasi. We move now to sports, where Chelsea's interim manager Frank Lampard said that the club standards have dropped, as it has said that the club signed off with a new draw against Newcastle United. Anthony Gordon opened his account for the Magpies before Kieran Trippier put through his own net to level it up. The result means Champions League-bound Newcastle finished fourth, while Chelsea end up in 12th and in the bottom half for the first time since 1995 to 1996. Newcastle took the lead inside 9 minutes as Alan Saint-Maximin found Elliot Anderson on the overlap, and he crossed for Gordon to force home his first goal since a January move from Everton. Chelsea restored parity 18 minutes later as Enzo Fernandez's quick free kick released Harem Sterling, and his drilled cross from the right was deflected home by the unfortunate tripper. And lastly, on the news from the entertainment scene, the Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs has announced 339 prominent Nigerians as recipients of the 2023 National Honors. Some entertainers, including singer David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, were awarded the Officer of the Order of the Niger. The singer, alongside others awarded, will officially receive their medals and certificates on June 1, 2023. And that's all we have for you at this time. Do ensure to follow us on all our social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel, all of which you can find on our website at spectrumtv.ng. You have been watching Spectrum News at 12. I am Janice Kobum. To enjoy the rest of our programs. Of course, the studios for the May 29 inauguration continues immediately after now. Just stay with us.
Business exists only to meet the needs of the people, but there's an extra advantage if your product and services are pitched on a platform that gives you the added advantage over your competitors. For your desired return on investment and so much more, advertise on Spectrum Television, on StarTimes DTH Channel 421 and on free-to-air with a frequency of 12733. Spectrum Television, broadening your horizon.
Nigerian police, which is the only one allowed by grossly abused. Our governors have to share police powers with the president as stipulated by the Constitution. We do not have a federal government police force. We have the Nigerian police force, which shall be administered, organized, and supervised by the Nigerian police force.
No, my Lord, I want to say something. I want to say something here. Perhaps it might also enlarge the scope of people who should be invited here for examination. My Lord, if we cannot find those who literally murdered Abiola, who are those people who could be said to be the beneficiaries of the death of Abiola?
Rogers has linked you with some of the killings he did.
He never did.
He linked you with the attempted murder of Hebrew.
He did not.
My Lord, the Matters Council is leading the evidence in our matters.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my Lord, but we can't be talking about cases which are in court, my Lord.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my Lord. These cases are in court, my Lord. I'm just reminding your Lordship.
My Lord, sorry, my Lord, I think I'll be in cross-examination.
Legally Speaking, a program that deals with legal issues and questions we face as citizens of this amazing country, Nigeria. Legally Speaking. Join us every
Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
for Legally Speaking.
Spectrum TV, broadening your horizon.
With the help of the security agencies, the bandits will be reunited and reintegrated into the society. As you can see, they lay down their guns.
Et des citoyens dansent ensemble en réjouissant
And together they do a unity dance, the unity dance that is going to end with an N formation signifying one Nigeria.
Ils sont réintégrés dans la société et les citoyens dansent la danse d'unité. Ils forment l'alphabet N.
And at the end, you're going to say, thank you, President Mohamed Buhari. Welcome, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And thank you to the Nigerian security agencies. Please, a round of applause for this performance. It's a wonderful one.
N qui signifie un Nigeria unifié. Vous remarquez que les trois dansants sont là.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the dance drama you just watched is a microcosm of the Nigerian situation. Just like every other country, yes, nations with other security agencies is winning the war. Please, let's put our hands together for this wonderful performance. Thank you very much. Perfect performance, great and entertaining performance there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, may I hand over to Captain Godfrey Ababa.
Consistent des experts dans le domaine du théâtre. Ils sont et ils reflètent notre héritage culturel et ils présentent la danse, la musique et les drames afin d'éveiller la conscience du peuple et des citoyens du Nigeria. Ils ont représenté le pays aux États-Unis, en Europe, en Asie. Ils sont basés à Lagos avec Mohamed Ahmed comme directeur. Merci beaucoup.
Show!
Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of that very beautiful performance by the National Cultural Troops of Nigeria and the Adila Cultural Troop, what we shall be witnessing next is the advance in review order.
Dressing in open order, in one dress.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing at the moment is the various guards taking dressing preparatory for the advance in review order.
Red will advance in review order by the center. Quick march.
Beautiful. Please a round of applause for that beautiful halting at the end of the advance in review order. Thank you.
Ça, c'est la militaire nigériane pour vous, mesdames et messieurs.
Who that arms? Standard is.
Your Excellencies, most distinguished invited guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the advance in review order, next on our program is the inauguration address by His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. May I most respectfully request the Commander Gas Brigade to invite the President for his inaugural address. The Commander, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'est le moment de allocution présidentielle. Et voilà, nous allons le privilège d'écouter notre nouveau président, son Excellence Bola Ahmed Tinubu, qui va nous adresser bientôt. Merci beaucoup.
The respected, highly commendable President and former President of Nigeria departed for his home base. My regards to him. All the excellencies, the head of state, presidents, and leaders of various countries here present. former head of state, a great man, committed and highly honest to the development of this country, General Yakub Gowon. My dear wife, the new First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu. Your Excellency, Vice President Kasim Shettima and his wife, Nana Shettima. Senate President, distinguished Senators Ahmed Lawan, House of Representatives Speaker, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, and his wife, Salamatu. The Chief Justice of the Federation, Olukayode Ariwola, Your Excellencies, Governors, here present, the Chairman of our party, APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, former APC Interim Chairman, Chief Bisi Akande, and my brother and uncle, Chief Shegun Osoba. Distinguished Senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers and members of the just dissolved National Executive, members of diplomatic corps, the royal fathers, men of the armed forces, I salute you for your sacrifices and the supreme sacrifices you've made for this country, for the men and women. We thank you. And we thank you the way today is going well. Gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my fellow citizens, I stand before you honored to assume the sacred mandate you have given me. My love for this nation is abiding. My confidence in its people, unwavering, and my faith in God Almighty.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. It's a special edition of Political Spectrum live on Spectrum Television, where we are monitoring the inauguration of the new president of Nigeria, the 16th at that, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is at the moment delivering his inaugural address as the new president of Nigeria, following his inauguration by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olukayode Ariwola, in a ceremony that kick-started a little over 10 a.m. We saw a lot of invited dignitaries at the Eagle Square in Abuja, including the former President Muhammadu Buhari, former Vice President Yemi Osibanjo. Well, the order of events also saw The opening prayers delivered, exchange of military colors by the outgoing ADCs to the outgoing president, the swearing in of the Vice President Kashim Shettima, followed by that of the new President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So what was a lifelong ambition and something many said had taken 30 years to plan, arguably since 1993, is finally a reality as a new era becomes for Nigerians. Well, welcome back to the live studios where our coverage of the inauguration ceremony is still ongoing. I'm Raymond Ita Oyanekan, of course, is still here with me as well. And we have the esteemed pleasure of being joined live in our studio. It's no stranger to political spectrum and Spectrum Television. Barrister Clifford Thomas is live here with us at the moment. Should we say a happy inauguration to you, Barrister?
Well, I wouldn't know if we are going to say that to Nigerians is cool. But it's nice being in the studio this afternoon. And I am also very grateful to God that we are alive to see the inauguration of the 5th democratically elected president. When they say 16th, I don't know why we count those military jackbooters into the whole thing. I'm not comfortable when we say the 16th president. If we're in a hurry to count president, then we should have kept the military at bay so that we could make our mistakes, correct the mistakes. But as far as I'm concerned, this is about the 6th democratically elected president.
So I dare say you've seen a lot of inaugurations in years gone by. Any difference from what you've observed today?
Well, I would say that the regular thing which we have come to see as conventional is that immediately after the inauguration of the president-elect to become president, that's when he's conferred with the national honors of GCFR. But at a point, we had two living presidents. Once you are conferred with the title, you become the president of the country. So by 25th of May, we had two sitting presidents. Unfortunately, technically speaking, we had two sitting presidents. But the inauguration is a beautiful one. Just the ritual of the ceremonies attendant upon being sworn in as president and the conferment of the entire paraphernalia of office as president. That's what we saw today. So it's a good one. I want to congratulate Nigerians whether the election was flawed or smooth, whether the outcome government was good or bad. At least we have a new one where we can all at least make contributions to. And given the pedigree of Mr. Ahmed Bola Tinubu, I would say he's been governor before for 8 years. He's been senator. He's been almost everything you can think of. So he should be able to listen to Nigerians. And he's a street boy, for crying out loud. He's somebody who mixes with the people. A fine mixer. So let's see how it goes.
I'm sure a lot of Nigerians will be piqued by your choice of words when you describe the conferment of national honors on the new president and his VP concurrently with a sitting president. Are there constitutional provisions for this, or did it require any kind of amendment before the event of May 25 could take place?
Well, I wouldn't know why the outgoing president was in a hurry to actually install him 4 days before his inauguration. But I have not averred my mind to constitutional requirements with respect to this. I had used the word conventional. So when things are done by convention, you may actually jettison what the provision of the statutes are or as they were. So, but the convention has been, you inaugurate, you install. That's how it has been all along. But for whatever informed their choice, well, we wish them luck. We just know that now that this has happened, it has set a precedence that you have to confer the national title of GCFR and GCON on the president-elect and vice president-elect, respectively, on the 25th day of May of the year they have to be inaugurated.
And if we look into that, what kinds of effects does it have? Because when sticking to the word conventional, does this really, jig up the process in any way that is quite unacceptable by the populace?
We still don't understand why it was done. But for whatever reason that may have informed their choice of doing this, we wouldn't know. So we can't be conjecturing right now or speculating on the pros and cons or otherwise of that action.
Okay, so let's take a look at the transition process so far, from February 25th up till date, upon the announcement of the chairman of INEC, Yakubu Mahmoud, now that President Bola Tinubu positions were conferred way before it's usually done. Breaking it down, step by step, everything that has led up to the inauguration today, what are the effects going forward that you think these kinds of things are going to have on the next administration?
Well, whenever an action is done, no matter how germane or novel the action or actions are, you have set a precedent. It will be copied. And once it is copied, we actually have not tested it before to enable us know whether it has positive effect or negative effect. But on the transition process generally, I think it's been very smooth. And I want to congratulate those who managed it and manage it very well. Even though there's been some level of intervention and dissatisfaction by a cross-section of Nigerians on the verdict or decisions of the court with respect to, because those decisions were given within the transition period. So we're still looking forward to knowing exactly what the import of these things will be. But I'd say this kind of mistakes, this kind of things, let me not call them mistakes, this kind of actions would have been done way back in the 70s or early 80s if the military had not intervened and rudely interrupted our democracy. And these are the things we are seeing today. So whatever seeming mistakes they are, we hope to correct them someday. And then I'm very sure that the next inauguration will be something much grander than this.
We had an inauguration lecture over the weekend where former Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta was a special guest. And one of the things I took out from his message to the guest at the event was that President Buhari needs to give it time, so a few days after stepping out of office, to ascertain how well he fared in the eyes of Nigerians throughout the 8 years of his tenure. And he made reference to the attack on his personal properties and farm in Kenya, referring to Uhuru Kenyatta now. And he felt, in his mind, he thought he was one of the best presidents Kenyans had until that unfortunate incident. I wonder, mirroring through the 8 years of the Buhari administration, and now that the transition process has been completed by this inauguration, there's always this general term about governments being a continuum. And since it's the APC handing over to the APC and are about to likely equal a record of 16 uninterrupted years of the PDP in the event that Tinubu does complete another 8 years, do you think that in terms of policy shifts, we're likely going to see a continuation of some of the programs and policies of the Buhari administration with what Tinubu is likely to come on board with, or you think you're projecting something different? This is the biggest question on the lips of Nigerians, because cast our minds 8 years back, we saw Tinubu campaigning side by side with President Buhari and also promising that Buhari will deliver. The jury is still out on whether Buhari actually delivered or not. But going forward, are you expecting anything different?
Let us actually situate these two individuals properly before the eyes of Nigerians and the jury. Buhari was a very taciturn fellow. Buhari kept more to himself. Buhari was more of a conservative. Buhari belonged to the oligarchy, and belonging to the oligarchy means that he saw others differently. Buhari was a cattle rearer. and being an ex-military president, or rather, let me not use the word because it's an abuse to say military president. Being a former general and head of state of Nigeria in the military incursion into Nigeria's politics, he has a very different background. But here is a man called Bola Tinubu who is coming from the organized private sector of Lagos. Here is a man called Bola Tinubu who has always been an activist. Here is a man called Bola Tinubu who is a capitalist. He's an entrepreneur, he's a capitalist. He understands what happens when market forces affect prices to go up or come down. But the former president had, I think, is it 150 or 15,000 cows in 1999, in 2003, in 2007, and the cows never reproduced and never died. But here is Bola Tinubu, who is a core capitalist. He believes in money. He believes in what money can do. And he believes in positioning himself within people. Bola Tinubu will not be caged by government. Bola Tinubu will not be caged by government. He will be a superhuman being, bigger than institutions.
And you're saying that President Buhari was being caged?
Yes, President Buhari was caged by the cabal. He created monsters that actually destroyed his government. Monsters like Emefiele, that's one monster. Nigerians.
Well, he actually inherited Emefiele from the group of President.
No, he could have fired him. He could have fired him. I don't think Buhari understood our economics, elementary economics, as much as Bola Tinubu will do. Bola Tinubu will be more proactive, but I think that Buhari was more reactive than being proactive. He will never take a step further beyond the problem. But Bola Tinubu will troubleshoot to get answers. That's what I think. I studied his government between 1999 and 2007 and discovered that he brought certain innovations. But though he was much younger, he had very fresh brain and he could pick on the brains of very excellent human beings, not minding where they come from. And he appeared then to be very detribalized. I wouldn't know, time changes things, whether he will still be detribalized or whether he will be still more forward-oriented. But Bola Tinubu prepared for this presidency. Buhari never prepared for presidency, from my mind. Buhari, it took him 6 months to be able to form a cabinet. But I think Bola Tinubu has his team on ground. Even though I've not seen, I've not heard, but I think Bola Tinubu has his team on ground. He looks a bit distant, but he's so present, and his policies will be very reverberating and present everywhere.
So, something you pointed out is the fact that there is a tendency for the president, Bola Tinubu, to be larger than institutions. And I know that one thing that we've battled with in Nigeria is politicians and political elites who go ahead to do things just because they are in those positions. Don't you think that that is going to pose a problem for us democratically and in the politics of Nigeria as we stand, especially because he is a very uncelebrated president, quote and unquote, at this time? If it's larger than the system, then we might be racing against something else.
Bola Tinubu is already larger than the system. He is already larger than the system. The major problem we have in Nigeria is not even corruption. It's because our institutions are not respected and our institutions don't work. We have individuals that are larger than life, larger than the system, larger than institutions, where institutions are afraid to even cage them. I think the only time, one of the few times that an institution caged Bola Tinubu was when he appeared before the Code of Conduct Tribunal. And they took several photographs of him there. But I know he will be. Look at the choice, the election of the leadership of the 10th Senate. You'll be amazed. Bola Tinubu, if he coughs, the Senate president and the entire Senate will catch cold. So he's larger than the institutions, but he will use it. And I feel very positive within me that Bola Tinubu will use the courage he has, the charisma he has, to actually promote a sound economy. And promoting a sound economy means that there will be more jobs created, there will be more capital fluidity in the country, and people will be able to say, yes, this is what we. I see Gary coming down. I see cost of foodstuff coming down. I see even Tukumbo cars becoming cheaper and more available. And I see a lot of things that Buhari tried to pursue. Bola Tinubu is continuing with them stylishly, because he knows that any policy, the policies brought out by Buhari, most of those policies really never help the people. Even in his mind, I come back to Rema, to your question, where Uhuru Kenyatta said, just wait after a few days after leaving office. Now, even while in office, the people were still stoning Buhari. Yes, that's the truth. The people were not comfortable with his policies. Few days to leaving office, you are going to collect $800 million US. For what? A lot of those policies, in fact, the other man that I think may not have very charitable relationship, CBN, FG, and Emefiele to court and won. It means that the policy of the government was very, very unpopular. And Nasser El-Rufai was one man that actually helped to promote the Buhari government. But at the twilight of that government, he was the one that actually said, no, these things are harsh. In fact, he countered, which amounted to treason, the policies of the federal government. He said, look, spend the money. In the next 100 years, we will still be using that money. We are not bending to federal government, we're not bending to CBN, we're not bending to even the Supreme Court.
So if you're envisaging a reversal,
of course.
There are also instances, we talked about this before you came up, where it seems some policies initiated by this government have been, moved to the table or the decks of the new administration. Would it factor in the subsidy regime that Buhari said it would scrap up? That didn't happen. Talked about the Naira redesign policy that was initiated by his government. There's no telling whether Tinubu would scrap it off, as he threatened to when he comes on board. And then the census. So this is Buhari's government shying away from implementing policies they initiated and passing the buck to Tinubu. So it's a question of if Tinubu would want to follow up on that or simply reverse a lot of these policies as you've envisaged.
I see a Bola Tinubu presidency not continuing with several policies of the outgone administration. For instance, the Naira redesign policy administration will jettison that. They may go to court or get the Supreme Court to reverse itself on that. That's the only way you can do it. Get the Supreme Court to reverse itself. And once the Supreme Court reverses itself, there's so much money in their hands. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was described as somebody who had bullion vans and could use bullion vans to move the old Naira notes ostensibly and possibly the new Naira notes.
His wife has clearly stated that also at the event just yesterday, that their family has enough money and the treasury of the country is not their target.
No, Bola Tinubu will not. I don't see him promoting corruption to steal a dime. No. But Bola Tinubu is going to make a lot of people rich. He has money. Money isn't his problem. It was his life desire, like Awolowo and MK Abiola, to become Nigeria's president, which they never had the opportunity to become. But today, even if Bola Tinubu is president for one day, I tell you there will be a lot of reforms. There will be drastic reforms in this country, and I am looking forward in the days ahead for us to have prices of foodstuff coming down. You don't forget that his daughter is the Iyaloja General of Nigeria. So they will enter the market and ensure that prices of foodstuff, prices of commodities, more people. He is more schooled in people than the former. The former president, I think, was more comfortable with cows. He felt more comfortable in the midst of cows that would not question him, that would not say anything that he didn't like. And so the cows, where he pushed them to is where they go to. And the man didn't like problems.
And that's
when he came into power, few months into coming to power, Nigerians began to talk.
Former president now Buhari, he had said that it doesn't matter in terms of throwing of stones, that Niger Republic will come to his defense, you know, if any matter arises. Is this because you're saying, I mean, he was more accustomed to his sheepfold? We've also tried to, because
after I made that comment, this other man is media person. The other man to Garba Shehu.
Femi?
No, who?
Femi Adesina.
Femi Adesina. We're all in this country when President Muhammadu Buhari, as he then was, constructed rail tracks into Madi in Niger Republic. He helped to revamp the economy of Niger. In fact, a lot of hoodlums, kidnappers, and criminals came from Niger Republic to kidnap people here, made money, and spent the money that way. They were terrorists in Nigeria, warriors in Nigeria, and multi-billionaires in Niger Republic. So he has put enough infrastructure in Niger to actually take care of himself, because he knew he never did well. Because you govern in the north, it is by an oligarchic arrangement, but you govern in the south, it's a democratic republican arrangement. Nobody respects who the king is in the south. Nobody respects one man glorified to the status of a state in the south. In a country that was made up of people who were internet savvy, people who were very educated, well educated above him, people who had traveled outside the country and saw how things were done, and they came to compare with his administration, and they said, no, your administration is poor. You never did anything to actually help enhance our status of an aspiration. So, for him to have made the statement that if which Nigeria wants to give him problem? No, Nigeria as a country would not want to. But even in Katsina state, there are people who were very dissatisfied with him, and they were not happy. And possibly those are the people that will make trouble with him. Okay. If Uhuru Kenyatta had, despite the world view that Uhuru Kenyatta was doing well, he did well, and he found himself. But yet his farm was burnt, his house was burnt. I think Africans have the same mentality, but I think Nigerians will exercise restraint, and I feel they do.
Okay, Nigeria as a federating entity operates on a tripartite stand that, you know, rubbished the British and Germany that came with a parliamentary system of government post-independence. 3 different arms: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. We've already seen firsthand what it means to, you know, disrespect the provisions of the rule of law. The narrow redesign policy was a perfect example, where it took until a 3rd time of asking before President Buhari decided to respect the Supreme Court's judgment on the concurrent use of the narrow nose. There's been a lot of talk about whether this is not something that would dominate the Tinubu administration. You mentioned the jostling for the leadership positions in the National Assembly, which is gathering momentum. June 13 is a very important date in the nation's history as we look forward to who will emerge as the leaders of the National Assembly. There's a lot of talk about the influence Tinubu is having in the decision-making of who and who is likely to emerge on both chambers of Parliament. First off, how dangerous would it be? Yes, we know it can't happen without input from the executive, but how dangerous will it be for the nation's democracy if the leaders of the legislative arm of government are singularly handpicked by the president himself?
Very dangerous. Very our socio-cultural milieu. Nigeria is not a federal republic. It's a unitary state. It's a unitary state, but euphemized and beautified with the name that it is a federal republic. It is not. Nigeria is a unitary state, or else you won't have the federal character principle in the Constitution, which insists that you must accommodate every other person. That's number one. Number two, we won't be going, commissioners for finance won't be going cap in hand at the end of every month to beg for monies from the federal government. Number 3, policies and actions that should help states develop according to the aspirations of the state wouldn't be hindered. For instance, Akwa Ibom has the policy of bringing up a deep sea port. The federal government shouldn't stand on its way, given the fact that the importance of the deep sea port will be so reverberating that it will touch virtually every part of Nigeria. We shouldn't be blocking it. So Nigeria is a unitary state. You need to go and beg before you are given powers to establish a seaport, to establish a railroad, to even, until recently, based on our agitations and advocacy, until recently, states were not given or granted licenses to distribute energy. They could generate but couldn't distribute. Akwa Ibom State, for instance, generates 170 megawatts of electricity, but does not have up to 20 megawatts, given the fact that you have to upload by force to the national grid, and what comes back to you is actually less than 10%. But now that that obstacle has been cleared, we just hope that something good will come in. But for Bola Tinubu, he has a very strong influence. It has an overwhelming influence. Bola Tinubu has a very deep pocket. He can bankroll the collegiate election of the National Assembly or even of the state houses of assembly. So I see Nigeria raising a monstrous entity that could arrogate so much powers to himself. But Bola Tinubu is a pro-democracy person. He is the one that has been crying that we must have democracy. So I don't see him standing on the way as an obstacle to having liberal democracy. Well, his influence is strong. Everybody in the National Assembly and outside the National Assembly, they are referring to him that he is the de facto godfather who can elect and pick who becomes the constitute the Senate leadership or that of the National Assembly as a whole. The outgone president was full of praises for Senator Lawan, for giving him a smooth ride. Anytime he needs loan, he goes there, he gives it in the morning, by afternoon, they do the first, second, and third reading. Everything is passed. And then he had a smooth way. He eroded everything there. So I see the executive arm of government, what Montesquieu said about separation of powers and the rule of law, I don't see it coming into effect in stricto sensu in Nigeria. The Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is going to be so powerful because that's what Nigerians want. Nigerians don't like strong institutions. Nigerians would appear to love very...
Okay, if he handpicks members of the National Assembly, don't you think we will still be having the same Ahmed Lawan experience, where it's more like the National Assembly is just a stooge for the president to assent whatever?
The National Assembly is already, I dare to say, and will crave their indulgence, and I hope that they can prove me wrong. It's already rubber stamp.
You're saying it's already a rubber stamp, even before it's been inaugurated.
It's already a rubber stamp. How did they come in? Who paid to elect, to get them selected?
Well, we're going to head to Abuja in a short while, but I'd like to tie up this conversation now on the judiciary, because we're projecting the three arms of government post-Buhari. We have an election cases currently pending at the Election Petitions Tribunal, where judgment is expected sometime around the end of the year. Judging by what we've already discussed with reference to the Naira redesign policy and seeing firsthand how a president can disrespect the ruling of the apex court in the country, there are fears, and this must have given rise to the calls from those who say, let's have these court cases thrashed before today's inauguration. Who's to say that Tinubu would heed a Supreme Court judgment that annuls his election victory of February 25 and either calls for a rerun or something different? Will he want to respect such a decision?
Yes, I see Bola Tinubu as someone who would want to respect the decisions of court. But how those decisions come by is what me and you may not be privy to. Let's look at it this way. Mr. A engineers the process of institution A to bring out favorable decisions for him and tells you he will respect the decision because he already knows the outcome of the decision. I am not insinuating anything now, but I am saying in a theoretical situation where Mr. A knows that he has substantive influence on institution A to bring out decision A, and he tells you, and true to type, he tells you as a pro-democrat that he's going to respect the decision of the court. So by the time he respects that decision of the court, he will be celebrated a hero. I see Mr. Ahmed Bola Tinubu as someone who will respect the decision of court.
Okay. Just looking at the inaugural speech of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at this time, something already stands out. He says he intends to consult and dialogue and never dictate. Of course, this is, a part of the speech that stands out this morning, and this already piggyback on some of the things that you have said as an expectation for the incoming administration. But something else we want to look at in terms of consultation, dialogue, and not dictating, how his governance is going to be played. And you also say that the fact that he is a man relatable to the people. Let's look at policies and how it's going to be broken down to affect the everyday Nigerian going forward. In the last couple of months, we've suffered money crunch. We've seen the fact that fuel became very scarce, although we are looking at the fact that once they come into, power now, they're going to reconsider removal of fuel subsidy and the likes. But in terms of the economy, where do you think that Nigeria stands? And now when I say Nigeria stands, I mean the lower, the vulnerable people in Nigeria. Where do you think that they stand with the incoming administration?
The dynamics of the cost of petroleum product and the availability of same compared or juxtaposed with the removal of fuel subsidy will be such that the forces of demand will determine the prices of petroleum products. Dangote has just set up something, and he will be buying crude oil from 3 countries, which means Nigeria does not have the capacity to supply and feed that refinery, which is a big shame, because as at I think some 8-10 years ago, Nigeria was able to produce, from what the IOCs, international oil companies, told us, that we're able to produce 2 million barrels of oil per day, and it reduced to 1.8 million, and then reduced to 1.2. From there, it reduced to about 600,000 barrels. Now, they do what is called criminally so. They do round tripping on the high sea. You take our crude oil out with more than 30 derivatives from the crude oil. We have bitumen, they have petrol, you have kerosene, you have liquefied gas and all of that. You had even aviation fuel from there. And you notice that all the derivatives were gone. What we had that came back was just PMS, premium motor spirits. And then we were buying it way above what we sold. So they now say, okay, the landing cost will be XYZ amount. So we need to subsidize with ABC amount, thereby creating a conduit for criminality and corruption. But with Dangote's refinery, you will not be able to do that there. It will save a lot. But again, he has also created a loophole for justification of the prices to be up by saying he buys crude oil from 3 countries, which is a justification for the expenditure of forex. Now, how the common man will fare in the next couple of days, we'll begin to see the symptoms. But I see Bola Tinubu making things available. There should be availability of virtually everything. And to have shut down the border, to say, let's stop the importation. Statistics of the prices of foodstuff now, of things, including Tokumbo cars and household goods and the rest. Now, and compare it in the next 3 months. Where are the prices? Have they come down or have they gone up? So the common man should expect to have a Bola Tinubu administration which will, one, impose heavy taxes to make money, and that is more hardship for Nigerians, but he will make things available. And with these things that are available, we'll be able to help the Nigerian economy, stimulate the Nigerian economy. We will not have a situation where companies are shut down or they relocate to Ghana. Those companies that are relocated to Ghana will come back, because I see it was Bola Tinubu that went to Enron and sought to build power plant. So I see us having an increased megawatts of electricity in this country, which will revive our industries and bring back those who actually ran away from Nigeria. And I see our educational system and a lot of things coming back on, because Bola Tinubu will get the best brains. That's what he's been doing. He picks on the brains of people and uses their brain to get his entity moving. He did it in Lagos. I see him doing it again in Nigeria.
When we hear these kinds of conversations, so far so good with the things that we've heard Barrister Clifford say this morning, it actually paints a renewed hope, actually, in spite of the what would I call it, unsatisfied and very low
We just came back from the doldrum of dead governance, and we cannot go into a new governance with that same spirit of I don't care, or the fatalism that will bring up the spirit of fatalism again. We should hope against hope that things will improve. It will help our mental health to be stable.
Such as the expectations, of course, we have to pause on the conversation here, but many thanks indeed, Barrister Clifford, so much for obliging us your time and talking us through history and projections for the future as well.
Well, the pleasure is mine. Let's keep hope against hope and hope that even in our various states, things will get better.
Indeed. Well, the new president has, after inspecting the Guard of Honor, formally addressed the nation for the first time as president. We'll give you feeds again from the Eagle Square in Abuja, where shortly after the events there, he's expected to drive in the presidential official vehicle, the one used by the outgoing president, Muhammadu Buhari, back to the Aso Villa, where he will play host to invited guests and dignitaries from across the world before today's event is wrapped up with a state banquet at the presidential villa. And he can go home to rest in anticipation of starting off fully tomorrow. Well, the conversation continues right here. When we come back, we'll be looking at another inauguration that took place, this time a little bit closer to home, where Governor-elect Pastor Moina has been sworn in as the new governor of Akwa Ibom State. All of that and more to come later. Stay with us.
For a speech, the president promised to take a critical look at the economy of the country. And he assured Nigerians that the security architecture of the country will equally be looking.
Well, one thing that would have caught the attention of many Nigerians was the matter of fuel subsidy. In the president's words, fuel subsidy is gone.
And according to him, fuel subsidy was not part of the 2023 Appropriation Act.
Yes. Another aspect that would be of interest as well is he talked of a reform. He said the central bank must begin to play a new role. This was when he was talking about the monetary policy. So we do expect some very radical changes that will ginger the economy and lead to growth. He also gave assurances to foreign investors. And in the matter of power supply, you heard him say that distribution and transmission will more than double in his administration.
Well, with that, the president had made promises to Nigerians, and in the interest of the people we should expect more from the federal government of Nigeria under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
It's been a very interesting day today. What started as a wet morning, the clouds lifted, and the ceremony was conducted, devoid of the initial fears of a disruption by a deluge. Now that the inauguration has taken place, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has become president, and Kashim Shettima has become vice president of Nigeria. The citizens will be looking out for what they have always recommended, that the new administration hits the ground running and is true to all the pledges it has made, not the least from listening to the president's inaugural speech. A lot was covered. It covered quite a lot of grounds. Given to him would not be misplaced. We have Najatu Tijani standing by to talk to some Nigerians on this auspicious occasion. Najatu, go ahead.
Ending on a patriotic note with the national anthem, 21 gun salute, and 3 hearty cheers, ushering in a new administration with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who in his inaugural speech mentioned an
Business exists only to meet the needs of the people, but there's an extra advantage if your product and services are pitched on a platform that gives you the added advantage over your competitors. For your desired return on investment and so much more, advertise on Spectrum Television, on StarTime's DTH Channel 421 and on free-to-air with a frequency of 12733. Spectrum Television, broadening your horizon.
Nigerian police, which is the only one allowed by grossly abused. Our governors have to share police powers with the president as stipulated by the constitution. We do not have a federal government police force. We have the Nigerian police force, which shall be administered, organized, and supervised by the Nigerian police force.
No, my lord, I want to say something. I want to say something here. Perhaps it might also enlarge the scope of people who should be invited here for examination. My lord, if we cannot find those who literally murdered Abiola, who are those people who could be said to be the beneficiaries of the death of Abiola?
Rogers has linked you with some of the killings he did.
He never did.
He linked you with the attempted murder of Ibro.
He did not.
My lord, the matters council is leaving the evidence in our matters.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my lord, but you can't be talking about cases which are in court.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my lord. These cases are in court, my lord. I'm just reminding your lordship.
My lord, sorry, my lord, I think I'll be in consequence.
Legally Speaking, a program that deals with legal issues and questions we face as citizens of this amazing country, Nigeria. Legally Speaking. Join us every
Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
for Legally Speaking.
One truth not often told is about the transformation that Africa has undergone in recent decades. Africa is shaping its own destiny and should be referred to as the African opportunity. On Spotlight Africa, we paint the African picture the African way, laced with truth, detail, and the color of the African continent. Join Uyai Anyekan every Tuesday and Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Spotlight Africa, telling the African story. One
Business exists only to meet the needs of the people, but there's an extra advantage if your product and services are pitched on a platform that gives you the added advantage over your competitors. For your desired return on investment and so much more, advertise on Spectrum Television, on StarTimes DTH Channel 421 and on free-to-air with a frequency of 12733. Spectrum Television, broadening your horizon.
Every society is premised on the quality of relationships forged by its inhabitants. The health of these relationships determines how well people, relationships, organizations thrive and how long they stick together. Join Uyai Anyekan on Connect
every Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. and on Sunday 2:30 to 3 p.m.
on Channel 421 on StarTimes to catch all the conversations, interviews, real stories, and how to navigate relationships and family life in the 21st century. Real people, real faces, real stories. Connect live on Spectrum Television.
Every day, we bring you up-to-date information on topical issues affecting the common Nigerian, from issues on politics,
hello Nigerians, I remain committed.
Security, education, health, lifestyle, and so much more. Join Janice Kobum and Uyai Anyekan every weekday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Rise and Shine Daily, exclusive on Spectrum Television.
Business exists only to meet the needs of the people, but there's an extra advantage if your product and services are pitched on a platform that gives you the added advantage over your competitors. For your desired return on investment and so much more, advertise on Spectrum Television, on StarTimes DTH Channel 421 and on free-to-air with a frequency of 12733. Spectrum Television, broadening your horizon.
Nigerian police, which is the only one allowed by grossly abused. Our governors have to share police powers with the president and stipulated by the Constitution. We do not have a federal government police force. We have the Nigeria Police Force, which shall be administered, organized, and supervised by the Nigerian Police Force.
No, my lord, I want to say something. I want to say something here. Perhaps it might also enlarge the scope of people who should be invited here for examination. My lord, if we cannot find those who literally murdered Abiola, who are those people who could be said to be the beneficiaries of the death of Abiola?
Rogers has linked you with some of the killings he did.
He never did.
He linked you with the attempted murder of Hebrew.
He did not.
My lord, the matters council is leading the evidence in our matters.
Is this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my lord, but we can't be talking about cases which are in court,
Is
my
this an adversary proceeding?
It's not, my lord. These cases are in court, my lord. I'm just reminding your lordship.
My lord, sorry, my lord, I think I'll be in cross-examination.
Legally Speaking, a program that deals with legal issues and questions we face as citizens of this amazing country, Nigeria. Legally Speaking. Join us every
Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
for Legally Speaking.
Welcome back, and many thanks indeed for staying with us. You're still on to Spectrum Television, live on Start Times DTH Channel 421. And it's May 29, the day we've all been building up to is finally here. And the formal inauguration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is now done and dusted. Well, there's still a lineup of activities left before the day ends. And we understand the new president is currently on his way to play host to the visiting heads of state and presidents from across the country before, of course, all roads will lead to the presidential villa, where there's a state banquet in honor of the president and, of course, the invited guests. But there's still a lot of things we have to talk on, including except from the inaugural address of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, where a lot of what he has said is already dominating the media space, including the hot matter of the subsidy regime. We'll talk about that as well, also mirroring events happening here in the state as well, where a change of baton has taken place at the Hilltop Mansion. Governor Dumi Manuel has handed over formally to Pastor Umar Eno, who has been sworn in as the new governor of Akwa Ibom State. Well, joining us to talk through all these issues and more, is no stranger as well to Spectrum Television, and he joins us live in our studios, Barrister Imo Akpan. A very good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
I don't know if I should ask if you seem excited about today's event. Which of the two did you follow up through the presidential inauguration or what happened back home? Which of them really got your attention?
Well, I'll be monitoring both. I'm an indigenous of Akwa Ibom State, so I'm excited that we have a change of baton at the state. I'm also very excited that at the national level, you now have a new president and commander-in-chief in person of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. So I've been excited at both events.
But I think it's important to bring in this question immediately, since you're a lawyer, you would understand legal probation better than us. So we spoke to Barrister Clifford a short time ago, and he factored in the fact that the conferment of national honors on the president and the vice president came in quite early, 4 days before the inauguration, and he said this is something that has not happened before. Can you in any way come up with reasons opposed to 4 days before that?
Well, I think it's just a matter of choice, and it's a matter of protocol. Those who have arranged the series of events which culminate in today's events must have also factored in the fact that you don't need to have a crowded program today. And so therefore, if you also monitor what happened, you'll see it's basically what was necessary that took place today at the Eagle Square, which is the formal handover. So the handover of instruments of office, the handover of the handing over notes, and then the conferment of awards took place days before now.
So
it actually doesn't offend any law. It doesn't offend any law that you should have a president-elect, who is in for his office. You don't have that with the senators-elect. For instance, you're going to have a Senate president on by the 13th when the National Assembly reconvenes or is inaugurated. Since you are not certain who the next Senate president will be, you can't preempt by conferring those awards of GCON. But for that of the president and his vice, you are sure that all that is keeping him from office is the date of swearing in. So you can do every other thing before he takes oath of office. And I think that was done so that the issues of logistics could be properly handled.
So you're saying that there is no need to throw up any other significance as to the conferment of those awards before the main inauguration date today?
I mean these awards are basically ceremonial titles. Nigerians and maybe Africans, we are tied to all of these titular things, appendages to our names, and it has come to stay. I've also seen a list of almost all the governors who've been awarded the CON titles, the senators who've been awarded, and prominent Nigerians who have also made the list of awardees for national honors. It is more or less a privilege, and if the government of the day feels that you merit it by whatsoever parameters have been set, then so be it. You can be certain that this will continue. In the next couple of weeks or months, the Senate President will become GCON, and then maybe the Deputy Senate President, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So it really doesn't come with any consequences or any special statuses or even privileges.
Okay. So we're looking at breaking down, some excerpts from the inaugural speech as given by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu this afternoon. A couple of issues have been, thrown up. I think what I'd like to say about this is more like it's a summary of everything that is in his Renewed Hope manifesto for Nigeria, and we see the topic that is currently trending is the fact that the fuel subsidy is gone. We remember very much that the Buhari-led administration had pushed further their bid to take out the fuel subsidy. They thought it was not wise for the incoming administration, which is now the Tinubu-led administration, to be first welcomed with that the burden of subsidy removal. But in his speech this afternoon, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has clearly stated that fuel subsidy will be gone. Of course, he declared this in his inaugural speech this afternoon. Now, something that we're looking at, he said his government shall instead channel the funds into infrastructure and other areas to strengthen the economy, adding that a unified exchange rate is guaranteed under his administration. So we are looking at the fact that although he has come in, he's going to review the documents and every intel as regards fuel subsidy. I know that when you walked into the studio, it was something we're talking about, and we're looking at the impact of removal of fuel subsidy overall on Nigerians.
Well, the president's remarks today is consistent with his blueprint, when he was campaigning for office. And I think that is also consistent with what majority of Nigerians feel should be the case. In fact, it's also consistent with what the APC had said 8 years ago and what it re-echoed 4 years ago. I remember I think Fight committee that insisted that subsidy be removed. Now, removal of subsidy goes beyond mere pronouncement because it comes with very profound repercussions, very, very profound repercussions. So I know that Mr. President, for instance, has not removed subsidy because, you see, it is a regime that has to be carefully scrutinized and then a decision that is systematic taken on the economy, on the price of petroleum products, and then would have adverse consequences or even the cost of living. So while I am certain that given this recurrence of the issue of subsidy, it would mean that Mr. President is serious about removal of subsidy, that seriousness must be translated to a systematic regime for its removal. Otherwise, we'll just be pulling down the roof on everybody.
I think one of the core things he noted as why fuel subsidy is really going to be looked into is the fact that the budget that they are about to start working with did not make room for fuel subsidy removal, and therefore continuing with that is no longer justifiable. And we're just talking about the fact that there's an expectation that he's not going to be wasteful with resources, and maybe will not necessarily give room to certain kinds of corruption in the system also.
Well, if we say that the Ahmed Tinubu regime will not be, or administration will not be wasteful, it will presuppose that we're accusing the Muhammadu Buhari outgone administration of being wasteful.
That's something.
When you demand for a supplementary budget to take care of something that was originally already budgeted for, isn't that wasteful?
Well, maybe just choice of semantics. Whether that request for a supplementary budget is justifiable or not would depend on what the issues at the given time are. Personally, I do not think that for an administration that is built to leave office, you should be making appointments 2 days to exit from office. You should be asking for loans a week to exiting from office. You should be doing the kind of things the outgone president was doing, irrespective of whatever arguments are put forth to justify such a request or such demands or such actions. I wouldn't, for one, I wouldn't even go beyond throwing away the documents, so that you allow more time for the incoming administration, which was in a matter of days, to take a closer look at the situation and then decide on whether it was plausible to go about it that way or at that time or not. I may not want to use the word wasteful, but you see, when you are looking at the issue of subsidy, we must understand what exactly is this subsidy about. You have people who claim that they are importing fuel for local consumption, and in most cases we have found that those who get paid purportedly for fuel imported actually don't import fuel. So we take out our local crude and make the returns around some parts of the world somewhere, and it comes back, and then they make claims for money. And because we don't even know what volume of fuel we need for local consumption, you therefore cannot say what volume of fuel you need on a daily basis to run our economy. Now, until you ascertain this, and then you take care of your satisfaction of the local demands, you may not even understand what exactly the import of removal of subsidy or allowing it to remain, what the impact will be on the economy. So these are the things that would have to be looked at. And then Mr. President can also, well, maybe we need to reactivate refineries. Now we have one refinery that is up and running. Production might start probably towards the end of the year or so, or before the end of the year. And then maybe we should also begin to look at setting up modular refineries, which are smaller capacity refineries, but can take care of our immediate needs. Now, initiating that immediately may not be feasible, but these are the things we ought to look at in the long run. So in the interim, what do we do to satisfy local consumption? Because if you remove fuel subsidy, it would mean that maybe a liter of fuel would jump up to maybe 1,000 naira a liter. what would be the reaction of Nigerians to buying fuel for 1,000 naira a litre, even when it is available everywhere?
I was about factoring that in because the NLC President George Iros warned that there were impending industrial action in the event that subsidy goes, and Mr. President has already given us a welcome gift by announcing it has been scrapped off already because it wasn't factored in the budget by the outgoing administration. So are you envisaging strikes galore in the event that this pushes through?
No, what I envisage is that there's going to be hardship visited on Nigerians. For instance, the immediate repercussion would be increase in the price of fuel. It's immediate. It's going to be spontaneous. So, what would the reaction of Nigerians be? Probably the NLC is already given an insight into what that reaction would be by civil unrest or whatsoever it is. But I'm just saying that as plausible as the idea is, it has to be systematically implemented so as to eradicate whatever negative responses or reactions would have become or form the fallout of that decision. It has to be looked at very critically. But I mean, since Mr. President has mentioned it today, and it also forms part of his policy document, it means he is serious about it. But of course, in the larger and long-term interest of the economy of this nation, it has to be removed.
I like the landing where you put it on. In the long term, it really needs to be removed. Let's talk money and the new administration. We saw the way that the Naira redesign squeezed the economy of the country and mostly citizens at this time. In his speech this afternoon, he talked about the fact that there is a need to revisit the interest rates for business. He said it is too high and it will need to be reviewed. In the last couple of weeks, we have continued to see the Central Bank of Nigeria and Godwin Emefiele, give one explanation to the next as to why, the interest rate is increased. As of last week, it was increased to 13%, and it cuts across, for different industries. How feasible do you see this and the kind of impact that we are going to have we are expecting on the Naira?
It wouldn't be fair to operate a double-digit interest rate for an economy like ours that is fledgling. We would have to find a way of dragging it down to single digits. Now, this all rests on the table of the CBN and the CBN governor. I scanned through that Eagle Square Arena to see if I could find Mr. Godwin Emefiele, seated to receive the incoming president, the new president and commander-in-chief. I didn't see him. I just expect that he's somewhere in the crowd and that he has not left office, because there were rumors that he was probably going to proceed for further studies.
But his tenure elapses
outside the shores of this country. So I hope he's not in a hurry to do that, because we would need the CBN to do more in terms of explaining what its policy direction has been over time. It goes beyond pegging of interest rates. Even the Naira redesign policy has also impacted on the economy. So it is not just about interest rates. Even if the interest rates were low, you had a policy that was built to fail from the outset, irrespective of how plausible the arguments in favor of the policy were. And as far as I'm concerned today, even without the judgment of the Supreme Court, that policy failed ab initio. And I don't know how many Nigerians still have the opportunity of seeing, let alone touching, the newly redesigned notes and so on and so forth. Those notes are nowhere to be found. And I don't also think that there was a sustainable plan to even have enough of those notes. So the CBN governor and his team would have to remain behind and then explain, of course, brief Mr. President before, if his tenure has expired. Of course, he needs to hand over properly. You don't just abscond from your duty posts on the excuse that tenure has expired. So the CBN has to sit down and let us look at these issues in an aggregate fashion, and then decisions should be taken so that Nigerians can heave a sigh of relief. It is unfortunate where businesses are grounded on account of faulty government policy. It's unfortunate. So there has to be deliberate effort in ensuring that some kind of succor is extended to especially small-scale business owners. You can't be handing down policies that have a natural consequence of killing businesses. You are more or less impoverishing people just on the basis of
one of such policies we could readily point to was the decision of the outgoing president Muhammadu Buhari to shut down the nation's land borders. These were moves that even the likes of the World Bank and the IMF largely criticized. But 8 years have come and gone, and at no point did President Buhari look like it was going to shift grounds. Do you think this is something Bola Tinubu would likely look into? It's been widely praised for being capital-oriented, and we saw that a lot during his time as governor of Lagos State, where investments thrived because there was freedom for a lot of businesses to come up, and he created the environment for that. Is this something you think would happen? But let's also take into consideration that the major essence for shutting down the borders in the first place was to mitigate the adverse effects of insurgency on the country. But it also had a negative impact on the economy. So how do you expect Tinubu to navigate through all this?
Well, shutting down the borders wasn't just, majorly was to check that traffic in arms and insurgents, cross-border crime. What it also set out to do was to check the influx of goods, which, by the president's argument, were goods that could be produced locally. For instance, rice. There's still a ban on importation of rice. That if we grow our rice locally to cater for our local needs, then we will not need to saturate our markets with this foreign brand of rice and other goods and services, and even with the second-hand goods and services. So in Mr. President's argument, that would help to stimulate the local economy so that our farmers would be motivated to farm, and that's why the CBN Anchor Borrowers thing came up and went with the massive loans to rice farmers across the country. Now, has this helped our economy? A few days ago, Mr. President tried to once again re-echo the reasons behind shutting the borders, and as far as he's concerned, that people now understand the rationale behind what he did, and they now come to appreciate also the fact that there have been more positives rather than negatives. Do I expect President Bola Tinubu to, in one fell swoop, declare all borders open so that we have all of those goods coming in? Well, if that happens, then I would not be surprised, because you see, Bola Tinubu has his base in Lagos. Lagos is like a micro Nigeria, and for whatever it is that has made Lagos tick in terms of its relations with communities around, other nations around, we may have to replicate that if we want the Nigeria economy to bounce back and be as boisterous as it should be, using the Lagos economy as a template. So if that happens, well, one would not be surprised. But I'm also saying that the decision by the Muhammadu Buhari administration to shut the borders had its advantages. It had its advantages because whatever government policy there is, sometimes it is very good on paper, but implementation becomes a problem. If we had shut our borders to check cross-border crimes, insurgents, the Boko Haram, financiers, and so on and so forth, to what extent did that closure curtail, or address this issue?
Okay.
Because what we noticed is that it was no longer what was happening in the Northeast. In fact, even recently, we still found attacks in Benue State. We still have those attacks in Niger State and so on and so forth. So it has actually gone away from the traditional areas of unrest and spilled over to other areas. But then it can't be said that that singular decision was without basis.
Okay, just to wrap up on the excerpts that we were bringing in from the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's speech this afternoon, before we come back to Akwa Ibom and bring you details of what's going on at the inaugural and handing over ceremony there. Let's look at security. That's a beehive of interest in Nigeria. And we have seen the president say he is going to overhaul the security architecture of the country and also invest more in security personnel, better training, and provide better equipment for the security personnel. Overall, side by side, Buhari-led administration, now a new administration is here. What do you think we should expect going forward with regards to security in the country?
I'm sure that we're going to have a different ball game. There's going to be a change of strategy. I think that in the next few weeks, there would be a total overhaul, especially of the security apparatus. I think most of the service chiefs, if not all, may have to be eased out. I mean, that happens almost all the time when you have a new administration. So I expect that they'll be congratulated and then ushered to safe retirement, and then you have new hands coming in, and then there is a change of strategy. What we have done all along has been same old strategy of trying to combat terrorism, of trying to combat insurgency and so on. I think there will be maybe a more radical approach to it. There will be an opportunity for a different ideology, a different philosophy behind it, so that we can better police not just our borders, but of course police our nation, police our highways, police our railway tracks, and so on and so forth. So I believe that whatever it is this president says, given his background, given his experience, he surely would do it. So I expect that President Tinubu will deliver on his promise. He has a lot to prove to Nigerians. And the reason is that many Nigerians are not very excited that he emerged as president-elect in the first place, and now he's being sworn in as president. And he would need to do a lot to gain their confidence and buy their support, by ensuring that the things that touch on the very fabric of society are addressed in a manner that people would begin to appreciate the whole essence of his presidency. Otherwise, it will be difficult. But I think that on his own, as a person, he has a lot to prove to Nigerians that he cannot disappoint.
Well, interestingly, aside the task of governing Nigeria, which is currently before his table at the moment, there are concurrent court cases currently being entertained at the Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal. We'll mirror on those issues as we progress, but let's bring it up to speed as well with events happening around the Hilltop Mansion, where we have, of course, confirmation that Pastor Umar Basieno has been sworn in as the governor of Akwa Ibom State. We also told us just finished inspecting a guard of honor by the Nigeria Police Force. Our correspondent Jenua, of course, is with the team at the moment and following up through with that event. His inaugural address as governor of the state is expected in a short while, and we'll do our best to bring you up to speed as those information trickle in. So we'll join you to stay on with us as we wrap up the conversation on those issues. But before we come to Akwa Ibom politics, of course, let's wrap up on Tinubu and let's talk about that all-important court case at the Presidential Election Petitions Court. And I'd like to start by asking the billion-dollar question on the lips of virtually every Nigerian. Can we have a PEPC proceedings without unnecessary interference from the incoming administration, who are an interested party in this matter?
In recent history, well, let's start from 1999. Every those proceedings are being litigated upon at the various tribunals. We had it when Obasanjo was president for 8 years, 2 times he contested elections. We had it when Goodluck Jonathan was president, Sheikh Musa Yar'Adua, and so on and so forth. And so it is not new. There is absolutely nothing strange about having a president in office while litigations that contest whether he won elections or not are ongoing at the tribunals. So also with almost all the state governors in the country. You don't also expect that just because you have a man who is being challenged at the tribunals, who has been sworn into office. So therefore, ab initio, there is a presumption that there is going to be interference with proceedings at the tribunals. The president or the governors don't have direct dealings or control with what goes on at the tribunals. The lawyers will do their work, the parties and their witnesses, and then the presiding officers will also do their work. So those proceedings continue unhindered. We have found situations where adverse decisions have been arrived at. Where you are not satisfied, you approach the next rung of the court system. In the case of the presidential tribunal, you move from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, and if it is for the governorship, from the tribunal you move on to the appeal court, and then subsequently or ultimately to the Supreme Court. So those proceedings will continue, and I don't expect any form of hindrance or interference from anybody.
So although the president has already been sworn in, now let's talk about like an adverse. For instance, we get an adverse judgment from the election petition tribunal. How would you how can we show up the acceptance of Nigerians with who comes? I know we're having a conversation with someone this morning, and he said it's not particularly about A, B, or C having won the election and not Bola Tinubu. But if we were to have a different judgment served us by the tribunal, what would you say? How would you match up the inauguration that has happened today and the fact that most Nigerians feel that we would have waited? Although you have explained that prior to this time, in all the dispensations we've seen, we've always had election petitions tried while these people are still on sit. But for this particular race, a lot of people have said it was blatantly away from what the constitutional provisions were, and should have been sorted before the inauguration was done. But if the court throws us a different judgment, what do you think would be the state of the country?
Well, you see, when it has to do with strictly legal arguments pending before the various tribunals, as a lawyer I won't comment because those issues are sub judice. But I would be quick to point to the fact that as a people, we're not exercising sufficient restraint in allowing the courts to do their work. It really doesn't matter who won the elections. I mean, I really do not see anybody in this country who would have won an election and then that would not be challenged. I mean, I really don't know. This is politics. So whoever won would still have been challenged. We have seen in the last few days decisions of courts. In fact, one of them, the Supreme Court, says it's a frivolity and was taken to the court by what they call an interloper and a busybody. You raise questions in courts and even the judges wonder where you are coming from. But you see, whichever way you want to look at the issues that are being ventilated in courts, a decision has to be given one way or the other. So we'll have to await whatever the decisions of the various tribunals would be. That said, I think that Nigerians have their expectations of what they think the outcome of this judgment at whatever level ought to be. And if you give some people the opportunity, they would even make a pronouncement and say, look, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, or as far as the tribunal is concerned, take away all the details and all the legalese. This is our verdict. But the court system doesn't work that way. The tribunals don't function that way. Our electoral act is fashioned in such a way that the man who goes to court or to the tribunal to challenge the election of another person has the burden to prove to the satisfaction of the tribunal that his position is right. He has that burden to prove. So it is not just about coming to raise allegations. It's not just about filing. It is not automatic that once an election is challenged, the man who is challenging is eventually declared.
Okay.
You have the burden to prove, while the man who won and is being sued also has the right to defend himself. INEC also has the right to defend the exercise is conducted. So you see, Most and many of the decisions, many of the elections, and even that are being litigated upon today, would come up with disappointing outcomes. Because the petitioner naturally would be disappointed. The man who goes into an electoral contest and expects to win, when he doesn't win, he's naturally disappointed. So if you go to court and you have the conviction that you ought to win, where the decision goes against what your belief is, you are naturally disappointed.
But
So it's a natural
quickly, as a follow-up on that, I heard you mention that Nigerians don't have sufficient...
We're not exercising sufficient restraint.
Restraints.
Yes, we should allow the court to do their work.
Cases. But
That's right.
A case where INEC, an electoral umpire, though an interested party in this matter, appeared to be taking the side of a political party who is also an interested party in this case. Would you still ask people to show sufficient restraint? I'll give you an instance. INEC defended the APC's claims to not, allowing or having the election petition proceedings broadcast or televised live to Nigerians. It would have thought that's a matter for the APC or the PDP or whatever party involved to argue out at the court, and not INEC equally giving its position, which some have said seems that the electoral umpire has skeletons in its cupboard that they want to hide by openly saying they do not want the proceedings to be televised.
Well, I think that there's no courtroom, there's no tribunal that is an entertainment center, such that you want proceedings televised on live television as if it's a circus show or something, or a talk show, so you gauge or judge the performance of lawyers or the presiding officers, and then you sit back in your room or comfort of your office and applaud or deprecate, as the case may be. A courtroom is a solemn place where proceedings that take place are also held in very solemn atmosphere. So INEC is a party in the matter. Yes, INEC is an electoral umpire and ought not to take sides with any of the parties. But INEC has conducted an election, and the law is that whatever result INEC declares is presumed to be regular and correct. And further that, it means that whatever procedure or protocol required to make that result what it is has been followed. So procedurally, we have arrived at an outcome. Legally, we have arrived at an outcome. And that umpire must defend the result. The only person who is neutral in proceedings in court is the man who is sitting, or the people who are sitting and presiding over that. So you don't expect that because certain litigants feel that we should open up our courtrooms to video cameras or to citizen journalists. We are all citizen journalists. Once you have an Android phone, you begin to broadcast and then begin to give opinion on what happens in the courtroom. That also impacts on the decisions of the court. So we must allow our court to do their work and then be insulated from what goes on. That's why for matters that are before the courts, they are sub judice, so you're not even allowed to make comments or analyze them or.
Okay, so let's come back home. Congratulations to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and of course the Vice President. But here we now have new leadership. Of course, Pastor Umar Eno has been sworn in as Governor of Akwa Ibom State and his deputy Akon Iyayin. At this time, we hear that at the stadium where the event is currently going on, he is currently giving his acceptance, his inaugural speech, I beg your pardon, and we are looking at how the atmosphere also is going to change in Akwa Ibom, just as we had at the presidency, APC handing over to APC in Akwa Ibom. The People's Democratic Party, are more like they handed over the baton within their party. There are high expectations as to continuance with regards to government. The last governor, paraded himself and gloried in infrastructural development and what's the word, when we bringing in a lot of industrialization of the state. Now we hear that currently ongoing, the governor, Pastor Moino, is giving his inaugural speech. But what are your expectations of the People's Democratic Party going forward? They have led this state through and through for 21 years.
Or more.
Well, I don't expect anything from the People's Democratic Party as a political party. That's in spite of their stranglehold on the administration of Kwame State since 1990.
Okay, maybe not from the party. Your expectations of Pastor Moino as a person.
So for Pastor Moino, as the governor of Akwa State, I expect that his administration would be a total and clear-cut departure from his predecessor, that of his immediate past predecessor. I expect that he should be a man of his own. I expect that as governor, he should take charge. I expect that he should realize that the oath of office is taken is for him as an individual to serve Akwa Ibom people as their governor, and not as anybody's stooge, and not as anybody's godson. I expect that he must be firm. I expect that he must be very bold, and I expect that he must be very courageous. And above all, I expect that beyond his apparel, I see that he's clad in an ecclesiastical attire, with the collar and all that. I think beyond that dressing, he must be God-fearing. Yeah, okay, so we look beyond all the appearances. We must have somebody who is totally dedicated and committed to serving Akwa Ibom State rather than paying lip service to service of
but that brings us back to something that we experienced in the tenure of the outgone governor Udom Emmanuel. Remember that he came in as Deacon Udom Emmanuel. When we are referring to how he's being clad for his inauguration today, there is a postulation of being covered in one thing and representing yourself as another as the time goes on. We know that before the former governor, now Udom Emmanuel, left office, he had at some point said he should no longer be referred to as Deacon Udom Emmanuel, but just His Excellency Udom Emmanuel, as it were. There is a little bit of confusion when we try to overshadow a political duty by people's religious titles, as it were. I hope that this is not going to be something we experience in the coming months or next 4 years of Pastor Moino as governor.
Well, for me, I wouldn't bother about what he wears. I'm more interested in what he does as a person. I think the former governor came.
Not just about what he wears, more like at some point, depending on the kind of criticism you receive, you now say, oh, try to differentiate me as a politician from me as a pastor.
Well, there's no evil in being a pastor and living by the dictates of your calling. The governor of Benue State today is a Catholic priest, and he's going to remain a Catholic priest for I guess till he dies. So the former governor came in as a deacon. I really can't remember at what point he decided to shed that title, but he must have thrown away his Bible and picked up a walking stick, So I don't know. I just pray that this governor, who is a pastor, general overseer of a church, lives true to the fact of his calling. And I have emphasized, I'm more or less not interested in what political party he belongs to. What I want is, what I desire, and I think that's what most Akwa Ibomites want, that you have a governor who is here to serve the people and can dedicate his time and energy for the service of Akwa Ibom people. More be selfless.
As we wrap up the conversation, Barrister, the advent of every administration is usually heralded by a policy shift. We've talked about that for the national level. So back here at home, there are underlying issues pending before the new administration. The takeoff of the deep sea port is on the lips of everyone. There's the controversy around the remapping or mapping of the state, which arguably has to be one of the biggest tasks before the Moino administration. It has to handle this one carefully. Otherwise, Akwa Ibom State is gradually looking like a ticking time bomb. So going forward, do you think these are issues that Pastor Moino can dedicatedly handle, away from whatever policy or direction the Udom administration had taken to handle or address these issues?
I expect Pastor Moino, as governor, to jettison in totality whatever it is his predecessor did. Jettison in totality. I'm not saying he should undo the entire state, but I'm saying he has to disconnect himself. There has to be an acute divorce from what SY Governor Udom Emmanuel was doing. I mean, you mentioned 2 points. The issue of the remapping of Akwa Ibom State is being contested very vigorously at different fronts in courts. And I expect that Pastor Omoina would lend political will to that, to have that exercise repealed and trashed, while the courts will also do their work. The issues of boundary adjustments and drawing of maps are preserved for the National Boundaries Commission to handle. And so I have seen, I don't know if that's true, if that's a true reflection of what the remapping represents, but I have even seen a map that displaces my local government entirely. And then, you know, there's some kind of...
Which local government are you referring to?
Ikona local government area. So my local government is not even captured in the remapped, the new map I have seen. I don't know if that's the one His Excellency the Governor or the former governor was trying to do, but I'm saying that whatever it is that remapping of Akwa Ibom State represents, it has to be trashed. We have seen the number of lives that have been lost, and I know that on account of this remapping, we've also come to hear that youths from Eastern Obolo descended on the plantation, the coconut plantation in somewhere in I think Eastern Obolo or now also, and then destroyed what the former governor calls fruiting coconut plants that cost several hundred millions of dollars. Several hundred millions of dollars. Says they were fruiting. Now, it just shows that this remapping, this whole remapping saga is going to be throwing up a lot of issues which has already claimed lives. And if this has to be addressed, it means that the entire thing about that remapping has to be trashed. And then we can face more serious issues of governance. Governance is about selflessness. You can't have a governor who wants to reduce the office of a governor to a personal, parochial fiefdom. It shouldn't be. This state is about all of us, and it's not just about one local government area. So therefore, Governor Moino must try to build human capacity. Yes, there's a lot of infrastructure. I don't know how much the immediate past government has done, but there's a lot of infrastructure. I am more interested in what it costs to put these infrastructures in place. I've seen the 21-story building, the 21-story lighting building. I don't know what it costs, but I think that is a colossal waste of resources to have that kind of building standing somewhere in the state, and it hasn't been put to use for close to 3 years now. We have also had, where they gathered yesterday, the Communicable Center, International Worship Center, is uncompleted as we speak. We don't even know how much has been spent, but we know that funds have been drawn from the budget to finance that project. We talk about the Lagos Lodge, talk about several other things, and yet we're still groaning under hardship and unemployment and so on and so forth.
So we're looking at
must address it.
We're looking at a very strong need for transparency and accountability, also for the incoming governor, Umo. But yes, we need to say a really big thank you to you, Barrister Imakwan, for coming on the show this afternoon and giving us insights to the expectations that we would have of the President of the Federal Republic and also the Governor of Akwa Ibom State. Today was, of course, and is May 29, inauguration of the President and swearing in of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima. It was an expectation before, but today, of course, we have all collectively seen that event come to bear. And also here in Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Moeno has been sworn in as the Governor of Akwa Ibom State with his deputy Akon Iyayin. We just have great expectation, and like one of our guests said today, let us hope against hope.
Interestingly, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, of course, as far as the ongoing litigations entertained at election tribunals across the country are concerned, we expected the inaugurated officials to, of course, be in the saddle for the next 4 years at least, until another cycle of election comes our way. But that's how far we can go on what has been an extended and a special edition of Political Spectrum today, the 29th of May, formal inauguration of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and here at home, Governor Omoino. It's been a pleasure having you join us. Thank you very much indeed. Political Spectrum will, of course, be back again tomorrow. Keep a date with us if you can. Yeah, thank you so very much.
Yes, it's been a great delight doing this with you. Of course, talking politics, talking Nigeria. And we do hope that you follow us across all social media platforms. Make sure to be with us on Twitter, where we can continue that conversation. So check us out at Spectrum T online on Twitter. Let's get the tweets rolling. Let's get your thoughts and expectations for the next administration. My name remains Uyai Anyakine.
And I'm Raymond Eita. Regular programming continues right after this from us and the rest of the crew behind the scene. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
God bless Nigeria.